We are starting soon, right? Okay. First of all, good morning to everyone. Okay. We have a translation from Italian to English or English to Italian. And you can follow a link
Potete collegarvi al link
that you can find it on WCCJ23. Subscribing the channel. So here we are. Adesso io introdurrò in italiano. L'obiettivo di questo panel è quello di far emergere gli strumenti, le campagne, le parole chiave su cui vogliamo convergere nel prossimo, anche vicino, se possibile, futuro, tutte e tutti insieme, come organizzazioni, come gruppi, come realtà, come collettivi. Ok. C'è...
Sì, la traduzione c'è sempre allo stesso canale. Yes. Yes, I'm repeating the link at which you can find the translation. So it's https 2 points and then //meet.jit.si/aulamagna, so AULAMAGNA. So that's the link, and I'm translating into English whenever they speak in Italian. They speak Italian, sorry.
Okay. So, we can, yeah. So the aim, okay, so I'm starting repeating for now. So the aim of this panel is to change from every organization and reality and collective, which are the tools, the campaigns, and the keywords we want to converge in the very next future to make all this together. So we start with please keep in time in 3 minutes and stay focused on this aim. At the end of the assembly, we're going to have a report that we're going to write down together, and that we want to tell tomorrow to the plenary assembly, so that every assembly is going to prepare a report, and we can share. Everything is going to merge today in these assemblies. So we can start from you. Yeah. The question is, what your reality is going to keep and to keep for everyone? Where do we want to go next? What do you think is important to share that every realities can participate and do it together?
Our demand at the moment is to be fossil-free until 2030. And I think it's something that we all agree on anyways. And the point in which we are right now as a movement is that we're facing a very heavy charge of being a criminal organization. That is quite news that it is actually going to go to trial in October, which states the precedent for us. Sorry, I thought it was said. Hi, I'm Jule. I'm from Letzte Generation, so last generation Germany. Thank you. Okay. So, as I said, we're facing a discharge that is not going against us and individuals in our group, but against any person who wants to do like civic engagement, because it really restricts forms of protests and is an attack on the entire movement, actually. So for us right now, it's really important to stand together. We are kind of hoping that there's going to be a backfiring effect, meaning that people are going to be so outraged about what's happening to a climate movement that it's going to create an uproar in the society, in the civil society. And for us, I think the most important thing right now is that we all stand together in solidarity, because, I think divide and conquer is something that has happened and worked way too often. And it is stand together or fall alone for us.
Hello, I'm Christiane from Ende Gelände in Germany. And first of all, thanks for inviting us to this Congress. I think at Ende Gelände we have always tried to learn from movements in other places. And I think some movements may also have learned from us. So I think these places for coming together internationally are very important. Perhaps to talk a bit about where we are at and where we may be heading. As many of you probably know, Ende Gelände is a movement in Germany using mass civil disobedience actions to advance climate justice. And we have been doing that in the past, mostly focusing on coal. And then, since there has been a decision to phase out coal in Germany, we have turned a bit to other issues. And what is sort of the core of our action approach is that we are doing massive disobedience actions in the form of blockades, mostly so far. These are open to participation by whoever wants to. They are publicly announced, and we are trying to do them to get attention, but also to empower people. So they are, I think, a form of movement building, of empowering people, but they are also aimed at creating a direct effect. We are mostly doing them at the places of destruction that were lignite mines, maybe now it's gas power plants or others. But we are also trying to create what we call discourse interventions, so influencing basically public opinion. And we focus on telling a story about doing things ourselves rather than addressing demands to politicians, which is perhaps a bit of a difference with what some other movements here do. And what I think is also important to us is that internally we have consensus-based decision-making. We are open structure. We have no closed leadership circle, and perhaps that's also a bit different for a few other movements here on the table. Climate justice is very important for us, but that means that we understand ourselves as anti-capitalist. We are looking at things from an intersectional point of view, looking at different forms of discrimination, and are in an ongoing learning process about feminism, anti-racism, anti-colonialism, etc. And we are also networking with European movements. And where we are at, as I said, lignite used to be our focus. But since the political decision on the coal phase-out was taken, in particular, we have been looking at other issues like fossil gas, like transport, the car industry, like industrialized agriculture. And we have also tried to see how we can become more effective, because we have traditionally had these mass actions. And that meant we had a lot of people once a year in a certain place, but we were not able to do such sustained actions. And we have thus embarked on a process on regionalization, where we are trying to do more regional actions, but do them more often in a year, and perhaps also experiment a bit with action forms, so no longer only the mass actions, but perhaps also smaller group actions and other things. And we have also contributed to establishing a new anti-capitalist alliance in Germany that is called Disrupt, because I think there was a sense perhaps that the movement was, had become very broad, perhaps also lacking a bit of strategic direction. So the idea of the alliance is to bring all anti-capitalist groups in Germany together and create a strong narrative about anti-capitalism, like saying, yeah, future will be anti-capitalist or it will simply not exist. And we are also still working on the system change camps as a place for movement building and exchange. And there are a few questions we have at the moment about the future. I don't know whether I should share them now or later on. Now? Okay. Okay, so yeah, obviously it's always good to have a conversation about the future and where you want to be, and I would also say perhaps writing down these things or formulating them in a very clear manner is something where a few other movements here around the table are a bit better at. I mean, I've looked at the website of Futuro Vegetal yesterday and was just very impressed by your 23-24 strategy, or I also know Climaximo is very good at these things, so perhaps that's something to learn from ourselves. But I think one thing is that we are really constantly wondering about whether and how we can be more effective in actually creating political change. What does that take? Do we need to build alliances with other actors, with trade unions, with other movements? Do we need to try new forms of actions as other movements are doing? These are very open questions. I think we have been struggling against a bit with how meaningful actions against fossil gas look like, because we are used to blocking these diggers in the lignite mines. In a sense, that's very easy. You just walk into these open giant mines and then you block a physical infrastructure. With gas, it's a bit more difficult. It's very hard to physically block gas as such. Then in Germany, obviously, we have, as in many other countries, an increasing strength of the far right. And we are wondering what we do about that. How do we intervene as a climate justice movement? How do the conditions change if actually the far right gets part of the government in more places, regionally or even at the federal level? And I think that's also something I would personally interested in to talk about with people here in Italy or other places who have been through such processes. We have ongoing conversations around the diversity or actually non-diversity of our movement, anti-discrimination. I think we are still a very white movement, for example, at Ende Gelände. We are also talking about how anti-colonialism can be put in practice. How can we create lasting links of solidarity with people in the global south? It's always, or oftentimes, very difficult across distances if you really can't see each other. And obviously, we are also worried about the question that you have just mentioned, repression. Is there a mounting repression? We've been seeing that against Letzte Generation. I think probably we have not seen that much of an increase. I mean, we have a deal of sort of repression always had against Ende Gelände, but not a very stark sort of upward curve there, but that may happen in the future. And then there's also a question of how will we deal with that and how will we stand in solidarity with other movements who are already affected by that.
Hi everyone. Oh my god. I am Eos from Ultima Generazione. I need to start by taking a moment to remind that there is an ongoing genocide taking place at this very moment on the other side of the Mediterranean. And it's a planned genocide. And I think this is very connected to what we try to do with our movements. So at the moment, Ultima Generazione is facing a very harsh repression. We have 2 trials upcoming next week, and there are different trials that will be taking place in the next months. we knew this would come, so it's no surprise. And because, because I think that the capitalist patriarchy we live in and we know so well, and that I think is being discussed in these days at the World Congress, we perfectly know how it works. We know it works by land grabbing and securitizing the states, and with the principles of settler colonialism, with the exploitation of people, ethnic cleansing. So it's no surprise that repression is coming. And I think once in Italy, what we lived this year is the year zero of the climate collapse. Because what happened this summer is climate collapse. What was going on in Sicily, what was going on in Veneto, what was going on in Emilia-Romagna is the climate collapse. And we have to connect emotionally to what is happening. And we have to be ready to the fact that they will fight us. Of course they will fight us. So yeah, we are facing repression, and yet what we are doing now is we keep on trying mobilizing. And we are starting a new cycle of action in the next 2 months, like this week actually, for the next 2 months. Because what we are trying to learn is how to organize. And yes, we need to start organizing a resistance, a real resistance. We have to connect emotionally with the fact that the future we were sold is gone. And once you connect emotionally with what is really happening, with how all the values and principles are being smashed and destroyed, the matter is, do you still consent to this? How do you retract your consent? How you don't cooperate with the system? Are we really not cooperating? Because I don't think we are. Because not cooperating would mean that we were in the streets every day. Not cooperating would mean that we were constantly emotionally connected with what we know cognitively. What do we think? We really need to take the streets. We really need to start the resistance. Civil disobedience is what we try to do with non-violent means. You don't like it? You don't like roadblocks? Fine. Try something else. Let's try different tactics and see and learn from the mistakes we do. But we have to try. We have to take ourselves seriously because it is a war and it's ongoing. It's the structural violence unfolding. So what we have to offer to converge, I don't know. I don't know. My decision was to ask myself, if I'm really emotionally connected with what is going on and with my fear and with my anger, what should I do? Well, I can only say no by blocking a street. I'm gonna be in the forefront, and this means jeopardizing my future? Yes, but my future is jeopardized anyway. And if it's not mine, it's my neighbor's future. My mom is probably gonna die for a heat wave. Are we really connected with this? Because once you truly and deeply connect with this, then resistance is a must. And you get out of your comfort zone because it's really uncomfortable. Really uncomfortable. What we are facing. So my question is, I don't have a solution. I think nobody has a solution here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here talking. But I think we have to face two things. How do we organize, but for real? How we tackle the issue of power, also inside the movement. And we face the fact that we have to have, I have to stop, sorry. We have to have horizontal and vertical, because we have to be fast in taking decision if we really believe that we are resisting. And at the same time, we have to build a community, a political community. And at the same time, how do we mobilize? How do we really shake the consciousness of people and tell them that they can say no? They can exercise the right not to consent.
Hello, everyone. I'm from Fridays for Future Milan, and I want to be clear, I am from Milan, because I want to talk about our groups and our city perspective, because of course we cannot imagine how it is in other kind of territories, but it's very important, according to us, to support local action and struggles, which is something we've been trying to achieve. Of course, we are quite privileged because we live in a city, but at the same time, we are facing different issues here that are connected to the housing problems, to gentrification. And this is deeply connected to the greenwashing and the way that cities are conceived in the different parts of the world. The problem here, according to us, is that basically we are in a climate crisis, and at the same time we live in a bubble. We are put in a bubble where our administration and our governments are trying to tell us that it's going to be all right. They will make something green here and there. They will make solar punk kind of buildings that are available only to the 1%, and it's going to be all right because capitalism is gonna save the day once again. This is wrong, and we've been trying to reason with that as a movement, but as a group here in Milan, we understood that as far as our administration is concerned and our region is concerned, considering that we have a center left that it's basically a right now, and a far right that is basically fascism, we cannot accept any kind of cooperation with institutions anymore. We can try to occupy the spaces, but we kind of know that hope and solutions will not come by those institutions, from these institutions. And it's time that we try to act in other ways. We believe that the first thing that we have to do is connect with other movements that do other things. For example, as I said, the housing problems, all the workers, we believe that we need to connect strongly with the workers. And the problem here is that in Italy, we are struggling to do that because there is a blackmail going on from corporations. If we do something from the environment, you will lose your jobs. This has to end, and we have to manage to communicate and to bring people on the streets in these terms. We believe that mass action is necessary, even with the civil disobedience actions that we, for example, did in our march some days ago. We need to do it all together, to cover each other, to take care of each other. And we need to convince the people that if we do things together, they will change, things will change. And in order to do that, we need also to work at an intersectional level. We try to work with Ni Una Menos, for example, with anti-racism movements here in the city. And at the same time, we believe that we need to uphold those values in our movement, because there is no way we're going to build a different world if we don't build it inside our movements, if we are not horizontal in our movements, if we are not trans-feminist in our movements. And this is something we have to work on, and it's going to be difficult, it's going to be hard, because deconstruction is hard. But as a collective here, we need to have a feminist, trans-feminist lens when we approach these problems. And finally, of course, we want to communicate with our movements, with other movements, even if our practices might be different, we are on the same side. And this must mean that we cannot, talk against each other publicly, and we have to respect that we're going to do things differently, but at the same time, we are all very concerned, we are all taking the streets in different ways, and we need to be united, at least among ourselves, in these kind of events. So please, let's keep doing this, and please, let's remember to be intersectional inside as well, and take care of each other, because otherwise we're not going to make it.
Hi. So my voice is crackling a bit. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. So I'm Arca from Futuro Vegetal. Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about what to say today, but after listening to my colleagues, which I also want to thank for being here, it becomes clear that what we are talking about is a privilege. When I was listening to my colleagues from Latin America, it was pretty clear that they had no choice but to fight. Maybe they didn't want to do so, but the military was on top of them, trying to tell them, don't do this, don't go this way. We have the privilege to come here and talk about how pretty green capitalism can look. But we don't want to do that. We want to break the system. We're talking about fighting a system that is rigged from the bottom. It's deeply rooted in this system, that oppression to those that don't have the power to fight are not gonna even question what's going on. But we have the privilege to be here today and talk about what's going on. We're talking about building a better future, a future in a system that is not rigged. And I feel like when we talk about this, we need to acknowledge that we need to break the system. I'm not talking about being complacent with what's going on, with like doing cute measures to stop climate change by 2050, 2040, 2030, not even tomorrow. We need to fight today in order to stop this. And this is not gonna happen because I've also heard people here, and I'm not gonna point fingers to anybody, because I feel like we all are working for the same thing. But there are also some people that feel like, yeah, direct action doesn't look pretty. And I agree, we don't want it to look pretty. We don't want to be complacent with all this. We wanna break the system, and in order to do this, there's gonna be some blood. And I'm not talking about violent blood. I'm talking about the lives of my colleagues in all Latin America, in Africa, in all over the southern part of the world. This is gonna look nasty, and I'm sorry about that, but this is the only way to go forward. From Futuro Vegetal, I feel like our points sometimes are not the same as my colleagues, but we are all working towards the same thing, which is ending capitalism, ending this neo-colonialist way of living, and also freeing everybody in the world. And that's gonna happen at some point. And we need to acknowledge that. We need to know that we are fighting for that future. Also for the people in Palestine, as my colleague said. We need to acknowledge that oppression is something that is taking place at this moment in many different ways. And we will fight for it. And I mean, I already talked about this, but direct action, that's the way to go. Even if we don't like it, it's the only possibility that we have, because it's the only way of opposing a system that is oppressing everyone here. Like in one way or another. Maybe it's because of your gender, because of your sexual preferences, it's because of many reasons. And it's affecting more people, as I said, that don't have the economical power that most of us do. So we need to fight for it. And the fight is gonna take place in the streets. And you are all invited, even if you don't like it, because sometimes we don't agree on the action that is taking place at the moment, but we all agree on the goal. That's what we're talking about today. We're talking about creating a common goal that we'll work towards. And I feel like this is the place to make that happen. So thank you for being here, and let's keep fighting.
So, hi everybody. My name is Mariana. I'm from Climaximo, from Portugal. I wanted to thank you for bringing climate realism to the table. I don't know the name. Can you? What is the name of the? Yulen. No. Yeah. No. Thank you for bringing climate realism to the table. I think it's really necessary for us to actually think, what are we doing? We know each other somehow, you know, like these organizations that are here, they know each other in one way or another. We can look in your websites, we know what we have been doing. And we are meeting here today, and what are we doing? Like, why are we here talking to each other? Like, why we're having conversations as if it was like 20 years ago? So I know that each of us is doing amazing work, and each of us is doing their own part, and that's how they are thinking about it. But part of what? Basically, currently, we are being part of neoliberalism. We don't have a plan, like a master plan, you know, like a big plan that unites us to dismantle capitalism in short term. If we don't have that, the part that you're doing, it's not a part of that plan. It's a part of how neoliberalism works. So we need to have a plan to stay below 2 degrees. We need to have a plan to dismantle capitalism in short term. And the only way that we can do this is to be coordinated, international, and thinking and talking seriously about this. Otherwise, what are we doing? Capitalism currently is organized at global level. There is no way for us to be able to win and stop climate collapse if we don't organize at global level in a coordinated way. And if we are not agile, and if we don't adapt in a ways that we are able to answer quickly to reality. So my invitation to all of the people that are here, to all the delegates, is to do this together. And I invite everybody to join the Earth Social Conference. It's a global conference that is going to happen in Colombia on 5 to 10 of December. This is a conference with all the people, all the organizations that are climate realists, that understands that we need to dismantle capitalism in short term, that understands that we need to coordinate ourselves to have a plan, and that will only be possible if we actually have this strategically and big plan that connects us. And it doesn't mean that we have the same strategy and the same tactics and so on. It's actually mean to be able to work in antagonistic ways and in different ways, but to know that we have a plan to win. We currently are not thinking on winning terms, and we have been thinking on these terms. We have to be thinking on victory terms, and we have been thinking on climate deadline terms. So that's my invitation for everybody that is here and that wants to be realistic about what is happening and wants to actually execute system change.
Thank you to everyone who's spoken so far. I'm speaking from the context of fights against police militarization and Hollywood gentrification and systemic anti-blackness in Atlanta and the United States. I'm glad that the resistance of the Palestinian people and the violence being waged against them has been brought up often at this event. I hope it continues to be on the front of our minds. I think one thing I want us to be considering is what it is that motivates us to engage in these struggles. And for me and for many people who I know, it's love, it's empathy, it's a respect for life on this planet. And I think sometimes we can get sidetracked from that when our focus is on these really abstract things like carbon emissions, climate change, collapse, these things that we're trying to prevent or to halt. And I really appreciate that colonization, neocolonialism, these are things being brought up often in these spaces. I understand our struggles right now as being connected with the kind of timeless struggles against colonization and against various forms of domination and structural violence brought up upon people that now we understand is present throughout the world and is clearly at the root of climate change, which I would understand as just a symptom of these forms of violence, domination, control. And I don't have the most clear thoughts, but I do think that one thing I want to bring up is I think the most inspiring organization that I've encountered is a forest, is an ecosystem, rich with diversity, different approaches, collaborations, but not always, a variety of beings living in the ways that they live. And I don't think that necessarily we need to form a unified front against climate change if that means that we're sacrificing our own approaches, our own concerns in our local places. And I think it's especially important to consider where we are and who we are here, the pretty overwhelming whiteness of this conference. I would not be excited personally if the people who are here were to present, this is what we need to do, the whole world needs to act upon what has been decided in this place, and that, you know, there's marching orders coming from Europe on how we're going to confront this system that, you know, in many ways has been exported from many of our ancestors and forced upon people. And so I think it's important to look to the ways that people are struggling against these structures for their own autonomy in the places where they live, and sometimes that is us, and to understand that it is diversity that makes the world a healthy place for many beings to survive, and it is diversity that can free humanity from the chokehold that capitalism has upon people. And personally, if I'm looking for leadership and guidance, it's resistance against colonial struggles like in Palestine, like that come from indigenous people the world over. And I think it's important for us to consider when there are weaknesses to the colonial structures and when we have opportunities to push on those weaknesses. Right now, I'm thinking about how the state of Israel is perhaps weaker than it usually is. And I think that's important for those of us in places where power structures that are intimately tied with Israel exist, and think creatively about how we can act in solidarity with Palestinian people struggling for their autonomy. And that gets at the heart of what I think is important, which is action and creativity. And I think, sure, that can happen in big unified organizations and coalitions, perhaps, but I think we don't need to wait to form things, and I definitely don't want us to think that we need to form organizations and get people who want to fight to join our organizations and fight in the ways that we think are important. If we have visions for how to fight these structures, then we can put them into action, and we can do what we can to empower others to put their visions into action and do our best to not stifle the various ways that people are resisting colonial capitalist structures that may not always look neat to us. They may not always look like how we want them to look, but they're important, and we need to respect that. And I won't take much more time, but I appreciate also that internal power dynamics is being brought up, and I think that's extremely crucial for us to always be reflecting and critiquing and sometimes arguing and sometimes fighting in our own organizations and spaces when we see the ways that insidious forms of power can creep up on us. And sometimes it's a surprise when we figure it out, and sometimes it's us, and we need to be ready to recognize when some of us might be asserting our own vision or our own egos over other people. That's all I'll say. Thank you.
Hi, I am Federico of Ecologia Politica Network. We are very happy to be here, and we thank all groups and movements who came here in Milan for this event. We believe it's a very important opportunity for discussion to understand how to find solution in the current global political situation for the climate crisis, the social crisis, and the imperialist war. Ecologia Politica is a network of ecological and anti-capitalist collectives. We connect in the same organization, the student composition born from the climate strikes of 2019, with the rich tradition of Italian territorial struggles and with the worker struggles. I think that we can find a convergence of movements if we connect social justice and climate justice, if we find an agreement on some common themes that each groups in this country can then implement with different practices and strategies. This is important today, especially to involve Southern European countries in the climate fight. The condition of poverty in Southern European countries require us to rethink the climate issue connected with the struggles for work, for welfare, and the access to resources such as water, energy, and food. Our practices are those of occupation, block, and sabotage, because we think that is the only way of direct action and self-organization of the people, and only this way we can achieve results. We want to decide on our future. For us, an ecological and social revolution is necessary to change the current social model. An ecological transition is not possible in the capitalist system.
Thank you. First of all, thank you all. And I'd like we're going in the life of our assembly. Thank you for saying and starting from what you said. I'd like we try to answer. I know that some of you already said something and answered. I'd like if we, in 1 minute and 1 minute and a half for intervention, we could we could tell practices and campaign in keywords so that it's clearer for everyone with dates for the future and when we're going to meet again and how, if it's possible, how we're going to do this, how we're going to do what you said we want to. I don't know if, okay. Who's gonna start? Oh. The question is that you said before, you already said, the question is how we do this in keywords, if it's possible, in 1 minute. Even if we are going to repeat what we said before, but in 1 minute, if we try to be concrete, because this is an assembly, so we try to... Yes. How do we connect? Yes. Practices, tools, and keywords and campaigns. Thank you.
Honestly, what are we doing? No, I'm serious. Like, we are here, we have 2 hours, and we have to figure it out. What are we going to do? Like, I'm not, that's the thing, I'm not doing hashtags, you know? I'm fighting for our lives. So I'm just saying we need a plan and we need to be serious about what the fuck are we doing.
Yeah, such an honest reaction. I mean, yeah, I would say break the system in as many ways as possible. You already talked about this. I think that's key. Direct action and break the system, basically. That's all I can say.
I believe that, first of all, intersectionality and then decolonization. I think that the next step would be having this kind of thing, but led by the most affected people and areas in the world, because, of course, there's an overwhelming whiteness, and, of course, we have ideas, but we are not fit to lead anymore. And then I would like, actually, to say that I don't feel like I can give something to the people in this assembly, and I would like all the people sitting here to tell their opinion, because I think that we talked enough here. So maybe I suggest okay.
Yeah, I agree. Just because we're up on a stage with a microphone and there's a smaller number of us at the table doesn't mean that this group of people needs to have the answers. And maybe what I'm proposing is that we don't seek the answers and we don't seek to have singular, all-encompassing solutions for the problems of the world, and that we do what we can to enable people where they are to have the autonomy of over their lives and over what happens on the land where they are. And that does mean breaking the system, and that we be action-oriented and do what we can and share information and ideas to hopefully empower other people to also take action in the ways that they see fit.
Thank you. Okay.
Pronto.
I am feeling very anxious right now. Most of us are living a crisis that it feels like the people around us are not living, or at least in the same intensity as we are. And we come here to these international spaces and you find out that there is still no realism. I am 19 years old. I am from Fridays for Future, Lisbon. We are being arrested. Police is being violent toward us. And we come here for hope. And we are talking about all things that must be addressed, like our privilege, care for each other. But if we live here without a specific plan, this was a waste of time. We don't have time for this. We don't have time to continue to talk to each other. So please, please, let's take something out of this assembly, out of this Congress. If we leave this Congress without talking about tactics, without talking about strategy, without talking about what our specific next plans and next steps, this was a big waste of time. We don't have time to continue to talk to each other, to network. So let's please have some realism in this conference. If we leave this Congress, if we leave this Congress without a plan, we have to go to Colombia. We have to go to Earth Social Conference. We are in 2023. We have 7 years. We don't have time to continue to talk to each other. If we live here without a plan, we must go to Colombia. We need a plan.
Can I go on? There is another one here.
Let's open the assembly.
Ciao, non parlo italiano, non parlo inglese. Sono Kino della rete ecosocialista. Allora, io credo che abbiamo un problema con il potere. Non possiamo non prendere in considerazione la necessità di ridefinire il potere, di conquistare il potere.
Do you understand? Do you need a translation? So we have to deal with the power and we have to understand how to attack it.
Allora abbiamo bisogno di, prima di tutto, ricostruire un rapporto sociale, lavorare sul tessuto sociale, perché non basta l'azione diretta fatta da pochi attivisti.
We have to operate within the social fabric.
Noi dobbiamo fare disobbedienza civile agli infermieri, ai commessi del delivery, agli operai. Allora mettiamo a frutto la conoscenza, la formazione della disobbedienza civile e proviamo ad allargare, perché abbiamo bisogno di cambiare i rapporti di forza. E per fare questo non possiamo prescindere dai bisogni sociali.
We have to be rooted within the health system and logistic and delivery civil disobedience. And from that space we have to enlarge in another direction.
Abbiamo bisogno di far sperimentare a queste fasce sociali le lotte. E per fare questo dobbiamo costruire assemblee popolari nei quartieri, nelle fabbriche, assemblee popolari dove le persone possano prendere il potere decisionale, possano decidere del loro futuro a partire dai territori. Allora,
So the way to do it is to establish many assemblies in every neighborhood, in every territories, within the workers, in the factories and go on.
Allora, per risolvere la dicotomia tra giustizia sociale e giustizia climatica, a partire da questo momento, da questo incontro, dobbiamo iniziare a costruire un programma di transizione ecosociale, dove tutti i movimenti possono convergere e insorgere.
So we have to uprise, starting from these many assemblies, in order to build up a movement eco-socialist. With an eco-social transition. Okay, wait, because maybe, what do you want to do? There's many intervention. We go on.
Io volevo solo dire due robe.
If someone wants to tell something, thank you and be quick and just come up and
2, 3, 4, 5.
please just to be in order, kind of order. Just come up. If you want to make an intervention, a speech, very short speeches, thank you, but, right? Come up.
Thank you. So I didn't come here to be told off that I don't have climate realism. I'm sorry. I traveled 3 days on the train. I've been in the climate movement for 13 years. I've shut down 9 coal mines, 3 fracking sites, 2 pieces of fossil gas infrastructure, and 2 pieces of fossil fuel infrastructure. So I don't want to be told that I'm not taking this seriously, okay? I came here to have a conversation about strategy and to understand what we need to do, okay? And I understand that the way that the system works is capitalism. And that is the thing that is causing the climate crisis. So we have to stop the economic operations down. That is how we won the fracking movement in the UK, by making it incredibly expensive for the industry to continue, by doing direct action every fucking step of the way to make sure that we made it as expensive as possible. We are dealing with a world where the capitalist ruling elite do not give a shit about anything other than money. We have to affect their ability to make money. That is the only thing that is going to fucking work, and it is the only thing that has been working. That is how it's been working in Germany. That is how we are now managing to get the coal phase out, because we are blocking the infrastructure. We are stopping the circulation of capital. We are making it expensive. And we have to recognize that it's not just an ecocidal capitalist regime, it is a patriarchal capitalist regime. It is a racist colonial regime. It is an anti-LGBTQ, anti-queer regime. And the common intersection there is capitalism, whether it's patriarchal capitalism, ecocidal capitalism, racist capitalism. And so that is the intersection, and that is why we have to bring our movements together, and we just have to stop them making money. And I know it sounds too simple, but it is that fucking simple, okay? And in the UK, we've had Extinction Rebellion mobilize thousands of people. What have they achieved? They have achieved an announcement from government that there's a climate emergency. Okay, great, thank you very much. Okay? In the anti-fracking movement, we had significantly less people, and we stopped the fracking industry. There is no fracking in the UK, and they are not going to bring it back anytime soon, with a significantly smaller amount of people. Now, if you'd have got all of those people that were prepared to block down the circulation of traffic in the capital city of London and actively go and break into the fossil fuel infrastructure and blockade it with their bodies, and or, you know, maybe actually fuck it up and smash some of the infrastructure up, we would have got a lot further than we are now. And I have amazing comrades in Extinction Rebellion. I have close friends that helped set up Just Stop Oil in the UK, but they still haven't achieved what we need to achieve, okay? And we have to recognize where power lies in society. Power lies through economic power. It is capitalist power, the product of capitalism par excellence, that is absolutely destroying us in a way that is never done before to this extent is the climate crisis, okay? And we have to understand where power lies, and when we know where power lies, we know how to achieve change. We just have to stop them making money. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have 20 minutes for all this.
I think the question is clear now.
Yes, thank you so much for this intervention by my comrade. My name is Sebastian. I'm from the Interventionist Left, a delegate out of Germany. I'm very happy to be here. And I'm also here to hear how people on a strategical and tactical level address all these goals that you have laid out. This was a pitch of a strategy, thank you. But I also would like to hear from these different projects how you tackle the question, or rather the tension between the question of time, the issue of time, and the question that was very much pressed by the Ultima Generazione Italy, and the question of mass, or the question of class. And I think it's an important question, because these are two different axes on like a class question and a question of mass, a question of the axis of the social question, and the axis of time, and the issue of time, that time is pressing. And I think we are not able to solve this question right now. And I think there are different strategies which you can, you know, put on a different, along this axis, you can put on a different side. I think the last generation, they're pressing the time issue, but they're not really considering the question of basically like common sense in a Gramsci kind of meaning, and the question of an imperial way of living. And where do we connect to the masses? Where do we build a popular project and a mass project that is still urgent on the matter of time. And I don't know, and we don't know. And I think that's why I'm here. And I would like very much from the delegates on the stage to hear how they want to tackle this issue. Thank you very much.
Okay, so there's 10 interventions. We have 20 minutes in order to close this panel. So please, if you want to share a lot of intervention, you have really to be like 1 minute, okay?
Hi everyone, I'm not gonna give a speech. My name is Katy, I'm from System Change Vienna. Thanks for the panel and thanks for all your emotional words. I feel very anxious, very sad and very angry right now. And I still feel like we need to have this discussion, so I'm really thankful for that. One thing I would like to mention and also put in the center of this discussion and give as an input to think about more is also how to deal with crossing tipping points, because I don't feel that we actually consider this as part of our strategy, and I think we should need to consider that, because the far right is already thinking about that. They are going to be where catastrophes are happening, where people get affected, and they are going to organize those people, and we are not talking about that, and I think we should. So just as another lens of how to look at strategy.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hello, I am Dennis from EXA Denmark, and I just want to say in response to what this person from Fridays for Future, right? Yeah, that said that we basically have to get out into the streets, because if you're only talking about the strategy here and not doing anything, then what the fuck are we doing? You know, like I was at the A12 blockade in the Netherlands in September, and there were 25,000 people, right? And there I spoke with some people, and they said to me they started with only 40 people. That's probably 3 times less than the amount of people here in this room. And basically, how you do this is in a way as simple as getting out into the streets and doing it again and again and again. And in the meantime, just mobilizing, doing action trainings, and doing shit, you know? Because in Denmark, we've started this as well. Just a week ago, I was at an action against private jets, and the plan is to do it every single month and come again and again and again and again. Most of you don't even need to spend all of your lives on this. It's only something like spending 4 or 5 days in the streets, and the other 360 days of the year, you can do all the other wonderful things you're doing here.
Ciao. I have a lot of feelings bubbling up here, so I'm very nervous, but very happy to share this with you. And I have seen a lot of different perspectives in this shared space, but I think we don't have a safe place where we can properly discuss a strategy and a plan, as some of us has proposed. And although also taking into account that the Global South is, as I feel, underrepresented in here, so we need to create this safe space to talk about this bigger plan, because indeed we are fighting capitalism, but capitalism is like a hydra with 8 heads, so we can try to cut a head, but it will grow another one, and we can disrupt a business, disrupt a company, but the resources that were being thrown into this company will just go to another sector, and we are not really weakening the system. It's just a tactic for them to diverse us. So we really need to get together and think of how we can have a global tactic to destroy capitalism. And this space right here, I don't think is right now we don't have the resources. We need a proper facilitation. We need a proper representation of everyone. Shaking cute. And so apart from the lovely conference in Colombia, I would advise that everyone who is interested into creating this the plan, this common assembly where we can discuss safely, can stay 5 minutes or whatever we need after the strategy conference, because we are the people and we can organize ourselves and make it happen. So yes, stay.
Okay, so my name is Niels. I'm from XR Netherlands. And so let's talk tactics. The woman from Stop Fracking UK was telling us that we should stop fossil infrastructure. I think that's really good, but I think it's only one thing, right? We need to have society behind us, society thinking the exact same thing that we are thinking, and we have to make them aware that we're in a crisis and we have to act now and we have to change the system. We need a revolution, but people need to know that, so you need to annoy people. So I would say block inner cities and make the people aware that we need to change. Doing bad things to bad people doesn't help, but having sensible people on your side is the goal. So I think we definitely should focus more on blocking inner city streets, like we've done with Extinction Rebellion in the Netherlands. We've blocked the highway in front of our parliament building for 27 consecutive days. And now there's a motion from our government because they feel the heat and they are doing a research on how they can stop fossil subsidies. We're not there yet, but we've made a big change by mobilizing a lot of people on the streets. We've had hundreds of people every day. And by doing this,
Hello, I'm Paola for France. I'm an activist of the new anti-capitalist party. I think the discussion is very interesting about the strategy, about how we organize, but I'd like that we came up with some really practical tasks that we can take care after this assembly. So I'm asking a lot of questions. We have common points. For example, we came up with the idea that the problem is capitalism. We cannot have an ecological society inside capitalism. We came up also with the idea that we have to connect class struggles with climate struggles. But how can we do it in a practical way? Each activist can, for example, participate in worker struggles. Do we have key sectors like energy, transports, hospitals, like really practical things? How can I work as a climate activist and anti-capitalistic activist at the same time? Do we do mass actions against specific infrastructures? I think also that we need kind of program, manifesto, common points to spread out and to, in order to communicate that this discussion is taking place, because a lot of people don't know it. So maybe we are different organizations in different parts of the world. We can, in our countries, really circulate the information and take another appointment and really decide about really very practical tasks that we can all follow.
Hello. I was a bit worried about the expression that was said more than once, that the only thing that works. There is no only thing that works. We need almost all of the things that were said here to work articulately, and we need a lot of the things that haven't been tried yet to be tried, but this needs very purposeful articulation. So it's not just gonna happen. Either there's a lot of us thinking about them, or they will not happen. So if you want to hear a complete plan, I think you're all alienating yourselves from the question. The question is, do we want to have a plan or not? And I really ask people, don't put yourself out of the equation. Will you take responsibility for the moment you're living in or not? That's, for me, the big question. And obviously, it's very difficult to answer this in this format, in this type of assembly. Obviously, this is an intermediary step for other things to come.
Huh? It's nothing.
Hey, I'm Yuli, I'm from Switzerland, and I think I'm very thankful for the people organize this conference. I think that's also a lot of work. But we also see, as many people said, some things are like not working or we need more strategic discussion. So I looked at the plan. So we have like organized discussion until 6 p.m. And maybe if people are interested, we can think what we can do after 6 p.m. We can maybe try to organize, to discuss about the questions which were not discussed here. So if people are interested, maybe we can meet after this panel here at this place to discuss how we can discuss about it.
But I think we can still meet here and discuss, and you can also come and give your inputs about the university close. Yeah, but we are activists and we can also occupy the space.
Okay.
I'm Yuvi from Ultima Generazione. I will be very brief. I think that these assemblies don't work, honestly. I feel so tired of gather together and talk about the things we already agree upon, that we are white and we must decolonize and we must do this and that. Of course, we do all agree. So why, and maybe we will talk about this in another assembly, so we will organize another meeting like this with different movements and all talk, and we all agree and we think, oh, they are so great, oh, this is so inspiring, and then nothing happens, and the situation is as terrible as ever. So I think that all these are wonderful ideas, but we lack means to put them in practice because there is a problem of leadership. We are paralyzed because we fear power. So after all these inspiring days, what do? We need structures. We lack instruments of self-organization. So I invite movements to, I don't know, use sociocracy if they think it can be of use, facilitation, and other instruments of self-organizing, because I think that we have the ideas, but we can't put them in practice because who takes decisions then? Then what do? Then who decides? Nobody. And so just because we think that we all have to agree that every single person has to say it's her opinion, every single person has to agree, then we're stuck and nothing happens. So please give yourself a structures and a leadership so we can stop talking and start acting.
I want to connect to some things people said already, that this is not an assembly, it's a panel discussion, which is really not the same. And I agree that we need more space to connect with each other, to be out, to appreciate each other's work, and then around that try to talk more about strategy, because I think it really works best if we talk to each other on the individual level, right? Because we're still people and we cannot just hide behind our organizations. We also need to talk to each other. That's why, rather than just listen to
one, I'm sorry to say that, old white man again at 2 p.m. who's called Roger Hallam. I'd suggest to have a space to get together in small groups to talk about why we're here, what we want to have out of this conference. And don't repeat that top-down kind of thing, but like rather talk to each other as people, as activists, what we want to do, and take the space that is here, take the energy, the ideas, the strategy that are here in this room, and try to move on from that. And this will happen, like we get together at 2 p.m. at the Ecolab courtroom, where we had the food, for example. So if you're interested in that, go there. And I agree, like we can also meet here beforehand, like that person said, and maybe connect our thoughts here, but this has already been planned, like looking at the problem, we were missing that kind of, a commonly participatory space. It's not in the conference, and we really need it.
Okay, thanks for everybody participating and coming to Milan and taking part in what the social centers of Milano, with their own funds and their own friends who donated, managed to assemble this, that in our intention, if we manage to find the right space in the rest of the conference until the plenary, should maybe give life to the first Climate International, okay? To talk about a way of federating, I would use this word, federate struggles, you know, like in the spirit of Bookchin, Le Guin. Okay, so definitely, I mean, the post-colonial, decolonial, post-capitalist, anti-capitalist, I mean, we wish to have a better presentation of delegates. I particularly want to welcome Francois Kamate, who's just arrived from Congo. It was really hard to get visas for all delegates from outside Europe, but especially for him, who comes from Goma, and is Deaf for Climate and Stop ECOP activist. So just to be short and get to the point, I think like we have a problem of scale, of mass, that somebody said there. I think like one good way, since we're talking about action here, is to federate our efforts on two levels. One big action together, okay, tactically probably in Europe, because in the short term it's easier to organize, and a way to have a solidarity mechanism against repression that is a solidarity fund or a solidarity organization that immediately brings help wherever in the world, especially in the movements that participate here, okay? So these, I think, are two things that we can implement if we have the common will immediately. I mean, at the Congress. I think I abused my time, and so I leave it to some other people.
Sorry. Maybe it's easier if we can try to individuate a common enemy, just to say.
Hi, everyone. Just 2 seconds. I think actually we really have a problem of method that it was mentioned before, and we go on doing this kind of moment, assembly, and we really should think how, like, the contents that we have are real contexts, but we have to understand how to put them all together. And so I think the method discussion should be very important here. But at the same time, as we said, we need action, and I think we still don't know a lot each other, and the best way of knowing each other is going in the streets all together, as we did yesterday, but also today, because we have to acknowledge that today there is a demonstration in Milano for Palestine, for stand with Palestinian people. And we have to acknowledge the fact that there will be never climate and social justice without Gaza freedom. We need freedom in Gaza, and I think that we all have to go to this demonstration. There is also the Congress. We have to understand how to do all of those things together, but a part of us has to go and has to be present to this demonstration to stand with the Palestinian people. Thank you. At 3 o'clock.
This is great. I'm so glad that it's not just the panel. I just want to offer some tactical thoughts because people are looking for concrete direction, something that might be inspiring coming from Atlanta. It's important to, I like what you said about like stopping the flow of money, and sometimes there are people who are able to do research and really understand all of the pieces of how the money works, which companies and which politicians and so on are in collaboration, and who's actually responsible for the things that we're fighting against, and where they work, where they live, things like that. And those researchers can publish that information, and then all kinds of people can take action with that information. This is something that happens in the struggle in Atlanta, but it happens all over the country. And sometimes it's like demonstrations outside of someone's house or leafleting or whatever. But something to note is that we can't even count how many acts of sabotage have happened quietly in the night, mostly probably by very small groups of people or even individuals. And no one has been arrested or charged with any of those things. And that means something to me when people are talking about, oh, the police are arresting us, we have these terrible court cases. I've noticed that it seems like in Europe, people really like mass mobilizations. And that's cool, and I would never say not to do that. And I've also noticed that sometimes very small groups of people have quietly accomplished similar material effects through direct action that aren't in mass mobilizations. I won't tell anyone how they should act, but I do think the research is important, and I think it's beautiful when people take these actions and they cannot be glorified because we can never know who did it, and it has material effects, and it can gum up the gears of the flow of money.
Sorry, just to clarify, there is another assembly in the program.
Prova. Questo.
Hi everyone. I think we all agree we need some strategy. So I'm trying to make maybe a practical proposal. Maybe we can create a platform and we try to understand how to divide our strategies. So we have some people that are working within the academia, other people that are working within politics, other people and institutions, other people that are working more at activism level, going on the streets, other people are focused more on media. So the idea, I think, is to try to each one of us understand what to focus on, but at the same time we are all connected and we can see practically each one of us what is working on, and we are connected and trying to reinforce each other and trying to understand which are the leverages points. But yeah, this is the idea. I think we really need to be more like project planning, strategic planning, have a deadline, have like a calendar of what we are doing, and each one of us what they are focusing on. So in this way, it's not whether which strategy is the best one, but we are trying to combine all them together and work in different fields to be more, yeah, practical in a certain sense.
Thank you. And there.
Hi, I'm Michele, and since I'm getting back like to the first intervention, that it was like okay, it would be sad if we don't manage to get something out of this. And what I thought my contribution could be, since there's so short time, is that we should is to point the focus on the process. Like it's difficult to make something now telling each other what we should do, because we have so short time, but we can reflect on how. And getting back to another comrade's intervention, we have structures, our movements have structures that this time I think weren't taken in account from the organization of the Congress. So it's very difficult for the movements who has their own agenda to get together and make something. So I think there should be more time for the Congress also, because we have like 2 hours and 2 hours later. And also there should be direct communication from the organization of the Congress to the organizations of the different movements to organize on time and bring delegates and have a coordination structure which is real, and we don't end up once more all together saying to each other, we are doing this, but not. Yeah, and of course, I would like to contribute in something like this if we do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to everyone. It's super inspiring, super empowering, super freaking angering, I don't know. I'm Camilla from Exare, Italy. I'm just gonna be super quick by telling to ourselves, we are trying to grasp also a sense of belonging. We talked about a common enemy, which could be capitalism, but I would rather also add, not in opposition at all, but to recall on the 1% of the population. And this connects to the word justice. Justice is our sense of belonging, and it has to become our sense of belonging even more right now, because we are facing fucking an autocratization of the whole European path and also way beyond Europe, right? So let's talk about justice, and maybe what about also talking about mafia? As an Italian person, we must talk more about mafia. This is freaking important, because it's not only the global governance. It's like the global governance, it's not only big corps or our governments. Our institutions are freaking corrupted, and we must talk it out loud. It cannot be just a thing about Libera association. So please, let's talk about this. And talking about like practically some things that we can, like just two things, very quick. Why don't we create a date? We don't have a freaking thing in common, but we have the willingness. So just freaking create a date for justice all over the world. One date, symbolic, but terrifically catastrophic for capitalism. Because if we create a nest of everyone doing their own business, because we don't have time for that, and this is just a guess, just asking, is it possible to do this? But if we create a date in which every freaking group starts to do something, let's do this. Come on, we don't have time, and let's just give it a try. And just another thing, we have hackers. What the fuck? We live in a freaking technological world. We need them. Where are them? Please ask them to be there and to help us with a freaking target that is maybe common, maybe not. Should be common, maybe better. But what if we just tackle any and the hackers act? We do some things. We create inclusivity and at the same time riots. Let's do this. Let's try this. Why not? And yes, thanks.
Okay. No, wait. There is someone here. Who was it?
Hello, everybody. I will be very quickly. First of all, I would like to highlight 3 things I was thinking about. First, the feeling we are all feeling. So I guess everybody here is feeling not really well, and the emotional temperature is not that high. And I guess we can give an answer to this by criticize organization and whatever on. But I also think that this temperature is the temperature of the time we live in. So I guess this chaoticness is very reflective of the time we live and the fact that we are not finding a way to give an answer to this situation in terms of political organization, but also in terms of drawing perspective for the future. So try to give imagination a space that is needed at this moment. So my invite is also try to accept these feelings and try to understand how to manage it, to give the importance to the necessity of organization and the struggle at first. The second thing, in terms of political analysis, we gave a lot of different words about the situation. We talked a lot about capitalism, but we also know that the power structure existing are far older than capitalism, and we have to understand how to be really intersectionally. I guess it's very useful to have common words that can describe the situation and this multi-level complexity of the planetary crisis, as Amitav Ghosh called it. So we should look at the the global southern experience in particular. I've seen in Latin America a slogan that is very useful, I guess. That is "Nuestra lucha es por la vida." Our struggle is for life. I guess a slogan as this one is able to bring together all these different sides of the analysis we are doing, because the conflict between the capital reproduction is directly against life, and life is the point. So maybe we could consider a slogan as this one as a slogan to build a global campaign on. And the last things I would like to say, as someone else told before, I'm not sure there's only a way in which we should act. I think we should act in all the ways we can. But the most important thing is to build a framework in which the different way of action can connect, and no single practice can be considered as the best one and overwhelm the others. So I guess the big point is how to understand, how to create this framework, this space of works together that can bring, maybe with the synergy of time or content, different strategies of practice. These are the 3 things I would like to say. Thank you.
There's still 4 or 5 interventions and then we stop because there is another discussion. So please try to be in 15.
Yeah, I'll try. Sorry, I'm a bit shy, but I'll try to speak clearly. We are talking about like breaking capitalism. That's what I understood, and I think this is not enough actually. And I think we must maybe like have control and just on the production. I mean, like we cannot like just stop the block the production or like do actions. I mean, what I want to say is that we must understand that we have to like take power and on the production system that is capitalism. And what I think is that we are like the common enemy is the capitalism, but also this is not like really clear. And I think like that the common enemy are maybe capitalists, and that we have to be behind people that are exploited by capitalism, which are workers, which are like people that are already struggling right now, and that we have to not. I don't think we are only allies. I think we have to be behind them, and we have to join the structures of the proletarian movement. And we have, I don't know, we are talking about like breaking capitalism, but are we talking about like revolution? Do we want like, do we have like revolution perspectives? Because if we have that kind of perspectives, I think we have a program, but a program that is really based on the people exploited, and that is in the sense of their interests. So not like grounded in the social struggle, like class struggle, I mean.
Thank you. I'm sorry for my English. We talked about a big plan. The big plan have to watch at the society as a whole. And the society as a whole is not just the means of production and so the extracting oil, coal and gas, but only the ideological net that links everybody to the system. So I don't know if I'm off topic, but when we talk about strategy, we must think by me about ideological strategy. So how we can share our experience, how we can share our tactics, how we can spread our way to see the world as a different world, as a new possible world. So to be short, what I'm proposing here is to reflect about a way to create a platform of this World Congress, a platform that links every movement around the globe, and a platform that in a form of a magazine, a newspaper, I don't know what, but that can spread in all the world our fight to the ideological, because if we are every day into the street, but the way how they look at us is really corrupt by ideology, we can't think that we are seen as a good one. Thank you.
All right. I know it's been like a long hour, or more than 1 hour. I don't know, people that are outside, do you want to come a little bit? Yeah, maybe, I don't know, like, I would like to have you here also. And people that are around, I would like also to just be here. Because I wanted to ask you to look around. We have been doing these sessions, but actually we didn't have the time to just look who is in the room. Look around. These are the people that are going to make it. Like, we have to be the ones that are going to stop capitalism. Have we looked to each other? So that's the proposal that we are doing, right? So the first thing is, I understand some of the parts of we cannot make the decisions by the world. Like, we are not making decisions what other people should be doing. We are making decisions about what we are going to do, what each of us, each of our organizations, and how are we going to work together. So that's the first part. And then we have to have an understanding that we need to dismantle capitalism. We have more or less that, for what I understand from here. That means that we will have to take over governments, and we will have to replace that governments, and so on. So that's the level of that we have been talking. And when we are talking on these terms, inside of climate deadline, you know, like in terms of the time that we have, we are not going to have one tactic. We need to have several tactics, several strategies that work together in a coordinated way and that are able to, through that articulation, to bring the movement to win. So what we will need with this is that some people are going to be looking to make sure that they don't have money, you know, like, and to attack that in that level. Some people will be looking to other kind of things, you know, like we need to be prepared for completely different opportunities, have different strategies on place, doing different tactics, and have that in a way that we are coordinated between ourselves. No, I'm not saying something against what you're saying. I'm saying, like, agreeing with you and saying that that's needed, and there is so many other things that are needed, and the point is that we actually need to have an articulation between all of those, and to have that in a plan that we are saying, okay, so we are going to win. That's something that we have not been doing in climate justice. We have not been looking to each other and thinking, I'm going to win with this person on my side. We are not thinking on those terms, and we have to do that. And that's, like, challenging because it's, like, fucking big to do. But that's the task that we have, and we have to accept that. And I think that's part of that. And saying this, I also wanted to say to you that there was a question about, so three things really quick. So one thing is, like, if we want to make that, we need to put resources on international work. A lot of people that I have been talking with are saying, yes, we need to have this articulation and so on, but then we are not able to allocate resources to do that. And we need to, each organization, each of us need to be articulating and putting resources and putting that as a priority. The second thing that I wanted to let you know is there was a question about tipping points. And I think that something that we need to be talking seriously is what are we going to do when 1.5, it's, you know, like that bridge is passed. Because if the climate justice doesn't have a plan to really attack and be prepared to do that, that is going to dismobilize everybody in terms of, like, we lost. And we cannot, you know, like, we cannot have any kind of, like, loss in that sense. There is a lot of, like, different tipping points that we can look at and that we have to have a plan to actually, if they happen, we are able to have, like, an answer that is already prepared. And to do that, we need to have, like, strategies that is not about the strategy of your organization, but what is the strategy of our movement, and thinking on those terms. And the last thing that I wanted to just let you know is that I don't think we need to wait for 6 p.m. or for, like, the time of Roger Nalman is talking. Like, there are people that are thinking about how we can facilitate spaces and so on. And I think that, what do they say? I'm just like, you know, like there is a meeting happening. I'm not part of it. I know that is happening, so I'm just taking the voice for. So they say 6:30, meet to talk strategy at university enters. So this is an invitation that is coming. I think that is a good invitation, but I will invite you, all of you, like through the day. We have, what time is it? 12. So from now on to actually be talking with each other on those terms and be talking with each other on other assemblies, or, you know, like we cannot just like pretend that if we think that we need to do this, that we stay the rest of the hours without doing that, and then in the end of the day we talk, you know, like we need to talk, so let's do it now. That's
Sorry, just to clarify, I am part of the organization of the Congress. Just to clarify one thing. Yesterday, we shared a lot of position with many seminars. We did the effort today to establish different assemblies already set on different arguments like war and transfeminism, and they are running right now. So in order not to waste time, I think that we have to use this assembly not so much to share our position, because more or less we are all delegates and we know each other, and we spent all the day of yesterday in order to listen. So it's useful to use this assembly in order to do proposal if we don't want to waste time. Okay, to set priority and to end up on Sunday with maybe 2, 3, 4 common proposals that are feasible, in my opinion, okay? So let's do whatever you want, but if you don't want to waste time, let's use this 9 assembly of today in order to get out with something, okay?
Yeah. Can I say something very... I think we can give us a date before, much before than 6. I mean, I don't know, something a bit, very quick pause or something, but we can find a place for keep on at 2, for example, in the cloister, in Legnaia cloister, so we can go on, so that at 6 maybe we got some point.
Can I go maybe? Because I had something to comment. Yeah. So hello again. So once again, like we have been talking about a lot of stuff, a lot of way of protesting, and we have also talked about direct action. Like I've done that, and I wanted to comment like 4 things that you all can do at home that are pretty easy, and you will disturb the economy of the companies that you want to fuck up. One thing, you have an old sock, put cement inside of it, and throw it inside of a toilet, flush it, you're good to go. Thousands of years that they will waste repairing that. 2, get a fire extinguisher, put coloring inside of it, and throw it to whatever you want. Easy as fuck. 3, you get butyric acid, which is something you can buy on eBay. You just put it on anywhere. Nobody's gonna get close to that. An enterprise that you don't agree with, a company that is offering something, whatever. It's gonna smell like shit for fucking weeks. And the 4th one, what was it? What was it? Oh yeah, no, I don't know. Just come up to me or come up to anyone. We have a lot of fucking ideas. If you wanted to disturb something, just feel free to ask. We have a lot of tools. Oh yeah, I remember now. So in the bus stops, you know that they have like a place to put propaganda for different companies. There is a fucking website where you can buy the keys to that and put your own fucking propaganda. So just organize. You don't even have to be in a different group to do that. You can do it by yourselves now. Just, we can talk to each other. So let's do fucking stuff. That's all.
I think it's very difficult to find common strategies, and because the situation in every country it's very different, and I think that we can find some teams or keywords that allow us to converse. For us, it's very important today to build a fight for social and climate justice and for the defense of the water, which is a fundamental resource for life. The climate crisis makes the condition for a scarcity of water resource, and today there are a lot of wars for the water resource, because the power know that water resource with the control of water resource, they can control the people. And we think that we can make a global campaign against fossil fuels and for the defense of water resource.
Okay, the last one, and then we meet so at 2 in the Legnaia cloister to find a fucking place to keep on this discussion, this assembly, okay?
Okay, I'm Mabo here from Milan, from the organization. I want to tell you about, sorry for my English, that is very bad, but in this moment, while we are here discussion and after 2 hours, some of you are bored or I don't know, 2 hours we had no strategy, not a common strategy. A lot of us were here in Milan in 2003 against COP9, then in Copenhagen, in Paris, a lot of meeting and anti-meeting with the same problem. So globally we have no time, but today and tomorrow we have the time. We have the time for other political assembly, for informal moment, for relationships, and then a plenary tomorrow at Leoncavallo. So keep concentrated. It's very important to build up a solution against one big enemy to push out for a tactical convergence with different practice. Last thing, I'm from Associazione Proletaria Escursionisti, popular, no border, anti-fascist sport association here in Italy, historical, since 1929. In this moment, while we are discussing here, there are hundreds of our comrades in the Alps and Apennini, in 11 peaks of Italian mountain, with the same struggle, with our proposition, in collaboration with World Congress, to say stop at the war against our mountains, against the model of Olympics, a model of exploitation, touristical exploitation, against the captation of water and energy to make mountains as our city, our urbanization model. So we are here, but we are also defending our mountains. Let's build an important moment for Ovel. Let's find a date, an enemy, a tactical convergence, please. We have the time in these 2 days.
See you later there, and thank you all.
Prova.
Yeah, so just to repeat clearly, at 2 in the Legnaia cloister. Thank you.
Instead here, there will be, of course, take a break for a pee or to smoke a cigarette for those who do. But soon it's the assembly on radical ecology ideology. What are the sources of revolutionary sustenance? We'll have Bu Rubner, Selva Varengo, Benegiamo. Benegiamo is... bene. Okay, so we're complete. So now it's 12:06. In 5 minutes, 12:11, we're gonna start. And Joao Romao from Climaximo.
Prova, prova.
Please welcome Cara from Ganze at the panel on revolutionary ideology. Allora, hi everybody. I'm sorry to have reproached my colleague. Anyway, this is the panel that introduces the assembly of ideology. Ideology used to be a bad word, but with the demise, I would argue, of neoliberalism, there is a return of interest in revolutionary worldviews. Already the previous assembly argued that system change is unachievable without political and economic revolution, that social and economic justice are intertwined. But with our panel today, and I'm happy to introduce Selva Varengo, a bookchin specialist, Bue Rubner, climate sociologist, Maura Benegiamo, anthropologist and sociologist, and Cara from UMSGANSE, who replaces Jo, who is the head of UMSGANSE delegation, who can't be here with us today, but probably to better effect, and the mighty João Camargo, who is one of the, if I can say, one of the leading thinkers of Climachimo. So basically, the question is, when it comes to revolutionary ideology, what are the sources of so-called radical ecology, direct action-oriented ecology? Well, in my opinion, we can briefly locate, in the short time allocated to this intervention, social ecology, theorized by Murray Bookchin in Ecology as Freedom from the 70s on, that argues for a bioregional organization centered on free municipal assemblies that spontaneously federate. Green anarchism, and which can be also associated in a way to Zadism, in the sense that most of it is deep ecology and anti-civilizational. So, I mean, John Zerzan, for example, comes to mind. And then the budding eco-socialist and eco-Marxist tradition that has been revived by major also sellers like How to Blow Up a Pipeline by Andreas Malm, for a more autonomist and Trotskyist still interpretation of the world, and the Japanese bestseller of Kohei Saito, who is arguing for degrowth communism. I would finally add, of course, there are many other traditions, ecofeminism being one of them. I'm not so well versed, as you have seen, but I would like to add, if you allow me a joke, and Halamism. That is a revolutionary strategy, as we'll hear, based on non-civil resistance, non-violent civil disobedience and resistance, which is based on an empirical model of social change, where active minorities target fossil interests and also constitute themselves in assemblies, in random assemblies. I can see here a common point between Bookchin and Hallam. In general, to finish this brief survey, autonomism is strong in ecological struggles and should be stronger, but definitely Ende Gelände brothers and sisters are the forerunners of ecological disobedience in this respect. Nothing. I would like to give the word to one of the specialists in Murray Bookchin's work, and so I leave my mic to Selva Varengo.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you to the organizers for this congress. I think it's fantastic. I'm very happy to be here with all of you. I'm sorry for my English, but I try. We all know that the situation is very serious, but it's important. We don't have to go into psychological depression or eco-anxiety. We must resist and react, as everyone is here, I'm sure, is doing every day. We must act to change. We must give a collective political response. So I think this panel is important for this. Also, the capitalism pretends to be worried about the climate change, but in reality, we know that the capitalism is just worried only about finding new ways to earn money, thanks to the green economy and so on. The capitalism will never solve the ecologist problem, because the capitalism is exactly the cause of this. We have to say it clearly, every day, everywhere. The capitalist economic system is based on exploitation, on infinite growth, on a continuous search for profit. So the capitalism cannot be ecological by definition. It's based on the exploitation and domination of territories and bodies. For this reason, the ecological crisis will not be resolved only by stopping fossil capitalism. But the ecological crisis can only be resolved by completely putting an end to capitalism and by completely putting an end to logic of exploitation and domination. The ecological crisis can only be resolved if we will break the social hierarchy and if we will break the logic of domination. The ecological crisis cannot be resolved with partial reforms, with laws, with international conferences like COP, with electoral gains, and other similar things. The current ecological crisis is rooted in hierarchical social structures. Without addressing the root causes of this problem, the situation will only get worse. It is necessary to destroy capitalism and eradicating the idea of dominating nature. The ecological crises are inseparable from social crises. Both are caused by the same hierarchy mentality. So, capitalism and hierarchical institutions must be completely dismantled and replaced by total different relationships. Now, hierarchical relationships are everywhere, we know. There is hierarchy in a human's relationship with the ecosystem. There is hierarchy toward other species. And of course, there is hierarchy within human society. Race, class, gender hierarchies, and many others. We have to break with all these hierarchical relationships, with all these hierarchical structures. We have to make a radical transformation of society. We need ecological and social justice. We need a world without border, based on solidarity, mutual care, and mutual aid. We need a new society without all forms of domination and exploitation. We need an ecological social revolution that makes grown horizontal relationship and solidarity communities. We have to work together, collectively, for a radical social transformation. And also we have to work for the indispensable cultural and personal transformation, because we have to learn to see the differences not in a logic of domination and of oppression, but we must learn to appreciate the differences. We have to become truly responsible for our action, so as to make genuine self-management of our lives and our communities. And we need to confederation. We need to expand radical direct democracy and create decision-making structures and processes which allow people to reclaim political power. The resolution of the ecological and social crisis is only possible through the creation of new anti-hierarchical social forms based on self-management, direct action, freedom, mutual aid, confederation, solidarity, and the interdependence of all living beings. We must have the courage to imagine new ways of being together on this planet, because we don't live in the only possible world. We have to continue to believe that another world is possible, and we can all work together to build it. So it's nice, but can we do it? I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm not a recipe. There cannot be a same recipe for everyone in all parts of the world. But I have a little practical tip, very little, but I think important. The tip is always seek coherence between means and ends. If we want to build a different world in which there is no domination and no exploitation, if we desire a world in which relationships are truly horizontal, we must adopt horizontal and non-authoritarian practice. Will be difficult? Of course it will. It will be difficult. It will be long and patient work, but the time has come to do it. As Murray Bookchin, the social ecologic theorist, said a few years ago, if we don't do the impossible, we shall be faced with the unthinkable. Unthinkable, thank you. So let's do the impossible. Thank you.
Thank you. Whoa, that's loud. All right. Hi, guys. Very happy to be here. Very happy to have this gathering of people and this also spontaneous intelligence to find spaces and so on. I think it's a lovely sign for the movement, or the movement ecology. So I'm going to talk about ideology, and ideology is a strange concept for me, but I'll run with it. And what I'm going to talk in the direction of is the idea of degrowth communism. But I'm going to start somewhere else, because there is a spontaneous ideology of climate politics already. And it's useful to think about how that works in order to make a contrast, or rather to say, like, what is a kind of communist perspective on strategy and on ideology, how that makes a difference from the spontaneous ideology. So the spontaneous ideology of a large part, but far from all of the climate movement, is you could call it a kind of Cassandraism, right? You remember Cassandra, the priestess who was gifted with the ability to know the future, but no one believed her. Do any of you feel like this sometimes? Right? You look around, you talk to your family members, your colleagues, your co-students, whatever. There's this feel that people don't get it, right? Or they don't get it enough. This is, of course, it leads to a sense of urgency and desperation beyond the one that you get from just reading the climate science. It also leads us into a spontaneous idea of other people's ideas and ideology, which is false consciousness. There's this idea that people don't get it, right? People have a false consciousness. So then we have this tendency to develop politics, a kind of heroic or sacrificial politics, on the one hand, where it's all about abolition, blockade, sabotage, abolition, and on the other hand, a politics of transition, which is all about policy fixes. Big state investment. Imagine what we could do if we just controlled the state. Well, we don't, right? So, but those are the two modes, and both of them are the people with the right ideas are going to have to fix this, right? Either it's going to be policymakers, the right politicians, or it's going to be the activists on the street. So you have direct action and state action, but it's both the kinds of actionism that kind of don't really care about what most people think because they're ignorant or in denial or whatever. I feel this I have this feeling all the time. I have to fight it. This kind of can lead to cynicism. It can lead to arrogance. There's a lot of issues there. So we have a politics of just do what's right in the sense of science, and what's right in the sense of justice. And then we have to impose what is necessary. Direct action, state action. This is a logic that's totally inimical to the construction of popular movements, because when people feel something is being imposed, or that they are being talked to as idiots, they tune out, they turn off, they don't want to engage. You're not talking to their desires, you're not talking to their needs, you're talking to them as people who should feel things that most people don't want to fear, which is a state of alert, fear, anxiety. It's fucking paralyzing if you're not an activist, and even if you are an activist, it's sometimes pretty paralyzing, right? So there are many ideas of communism. The one basic idea that I draw on is the idea that communism is not a state of affairs to which the world has to adapt. It's the real movement that abolishes the present state of things. It's people moving together to change the world. And there's an advantage in being able to see into the future and knowing the present better than others. Admittedly, we do. That we can read the opportunities that will come up. We can understand what opportunities are coming up. And with abolition and transition, it's not really the real movement. We're just trying to voluntaristically shape the world. But what we know is happening and will happening are increasing socio-ecological disaster. And we can break that down into two elements that are both social and ecological. One is decline, economic, social decline of habitability of ecosystems, which leads to things that people really do suffer, like energy inflation, food price inflation, and other real social needs that we can organize around. Those are opportunities that will, for revolutionary organization or transformative organization, that will only get bigger. The other tendency is a tendency towards disaster, and disasters we know is disaster. Disaster is never purely natural, but it's never, like the kinds of disasters we're talking about are also never purely social. So disasters create spaces of urgent need around which you can again organize. You create both kinds of crises create a disaffection with the way things are working amongst people. It creates a detachment from the ruling ideology, and it creates the potential to organize people in new ways. Because you say, this is how we're gonna get what we need. Either immediately through mutual aid and solidarity, like they did in Occupy Sandy, politicizing communities through providing what was necessary in the disaster, or by making a program for political change in various directions. Right. So this is from my point of view, the way to think about the real movement. We will have to relate to the growing sense of decline and need and urgency in the population, which are not focused on climate change per se, but we have to develop answers that align the satisfaction of social needs with the construction of struggles to satisfy those needs with what is ecologically sustainable. So like some campaigns, just to give you a sense of what we could talk about, is like campaigns for installation in an energy crisis, right? The Don't Pay campaign in the UK is another example. So fights for a different food system in the face of rising food prices, for the control and abolition of the supermarket oligopoly system, where people pay way too much, right? For a fight against the insane agricultural system where most of the money goes to the banks, to whom the big farmers are indebted to buy big machinery, right? It means food is more expensive than it would have to be, and farmers are suffering as well, and unable to transition the way that they should be doing. So these are the kinds of things we're talking about. And why put this in the degrowth communist framework? This is the last thing I'm going to say is, I mentioned the communism. The other one is the degrowth. We don't need an eco-modernist communism like the one of the past, which is we're going to do industrial civilization just in a socially just way. No. Fuck that shit. I'm sure we're all on agreement with this. So we need something else. Degrowth is one term we could give to it. We could come up with other ones. But the idea that we need to, on the one hand, encourage other needs and other desires, which is instead of having a life where your aim is to be able to live in a certain way, a certain imperial mode of living standards, it's about more free time. It's more time with your friends, with your comrades, with your family, with whoever, or for yourself, you know, to do whatever. It's a life of freedom. It's a life of sufficiency. It's a life of sufficiency, not affluence, right? So this is a kind of communism that we need to go towards. Thanks.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. So I'm happy to be here. I think I have much more to learn than to say, but I try. So the main question of this panel was about the intellectual and historical elements that are still important to construct a collective and common thought, which could be also directly translated into practices. So I'm trying to very briefly develop on what are three main points from the Marxist tradition that I think are still relevant to us today. There are, of course, more than these three, but I think that one of them is the issue of how we think about internationalism today, since we need to stay with the international thought, especially in a moment where the far right is really making the national issue like the line around which organized people feel of anger, fairness, and so on. And I think we need an internationalism which put intersectionality at the heart of the compression of our understanding of how oppression works. And we also need to take the very central question of past labor struggles and labor movements, which is how to render the transformation we are fighting for something which is really desirable for all. So how we pose the question of the desirability of the future we are constructing. This is not a simple question, and is it my feel, maybe a wrong feel, I don't know, that is really an under-addressed issues, but is it something which needs to be central? How what we are claiming for is desirable for people who are facing death, oppression, and we cannot afford to get to the end of the month. And of course, we need to we need to stay with the material method of struggle, which is in a very Marxian way, to see how abstract formation of value, labor, capital, structure in a really material way society and society relationship of production and reproduction. And this is a really central point for me of Marxism thought, the idea that capital is, first of all, a relationship, a social relationship. So that structure the way, not just about classes, but the way humanity is built up together. And since climate change is, of course, a class issue, but also a humanity issue, we need maybe to think a new humanitarism. I'm sorry for my English. Humanitarism. Sorry, really sorry. I hope something will pass. And just, thank you. So these are 3 points that I take from the Marxist tradition and how to update to the situation we are facing today. I think, as many of us have repeated today in many ways, that the decolonial thought is a really useful way to update these 3 points of internationalism, desiderability, and the material method. And because for me, decoloniality is, of course, first of all, the material history of capitalism, which has been built up in the colonial system, which is the very root of the industrial capitalism system. But coloniality is also the most strong ideology which structure capitalist relationships, because it's the idea that we need, which is normal, to build up on devalued and degraded form of labor and humanity. So the idea that it's normal that some task, some people, some part in the society must stay in a devalued form. And since this thought exists, nobody is in security, since coloniality is an advancing frontier. So, how this frontier works today? In many ways, of course, imperialism, but also through a politics of debt and pillage. The idea that the wealthy or capacity of organizing reproduction, sustaining territory, sustaining ecology is dispossessed for a promise of a future of wealth which is never to come. So it's very important to me, and I go toward my conclusion, to see how coloniality is what structures the relationship capital, the capitalist relationship of value, and render our lives completely disposable. So how to, the point for me is understand how, one of the points is understand how coloniality is also in some way dividing class, is something which is render class discourse, class politics really complicated. And I think that we really need to take the experiences of ecofeminist work to build up attentive politics of care and translations. So not to stay on fashion idea of a unique subject, unique entity, but try really to put intersectionality, translation, and care at the very center of our understanding on how class works today. Okay, thank you.
I try to keep it like further away from my mouth, if that's okay. Okay. I'm Kara from the Omsganse-Bündnis.
Hello, hello.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah? I don't know. I try. Okay. Wait. Oh, okay. I'm Kara from the Ums Ganze Bündnis, an anti-authoritarian communist alliance in Germany. Now, given the history of oppression and horror that has taken place under the title of communism, I want to say, by way of introduction, this is not our communism. And to be honest, it's simply no communism. What we understand is communism as an attempt to organize social life in a freely associated, conscious, and self-determined way so that this world is made accessible to everyone as a one world for all by producing wealth not in order to serve the market, but in the service of human purposes. The criterion remains that, and I quote, "the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all, and not vice versa." Communism does not mean collectivism, but the realized freedom of the individual who is conscious of his social constitution. So, as communists, we adopt a human scale, for it cannot be otherwise. We pose the question of a world in which one can live well as a human being, of how we can break out of a blind subjection to natural processes. This is the fundamental condition of emancipation, of being in the world as a human and a society. So technically speaking, we do employ an anthropocentric and dualistic perspective, but from this perspective, we give nature its due. For nature is not only externality, it is not only a potential antagonist to human purposes, but it also is the basis, the only basis for human life. This is the framework for how we as humans, as societies, interact with nature, for what we call metabolism. The aim is to bring forth from nature, through its processing, that which makes human life possible or that which is needed, so wealth in a broader sense. And work, in extended sense, is what determines this metabolism. The question becomes, what kind of activism is required for what wealth? Under capitalism, the need for constant growth necessarily introduces a rift into this metabolism that cannot be repaired. For it cannot reckon with its own limitations of a finite world and natural processes. Instead, capitalism develops strategies to postpone and shift the consequences of the break with natural processes to neglected regions and groups of people and to the future. We all know this, so the task of a communist society is to consciously and self-determinedly bring forth a new, mediated unity between processes of society and processes of nature, in which at the same time nature can come along. Now, communism is not itself the solution to humanity's problems, but it is the condition for being able to tackle these problems, making oneself subjects of history and society. Only in a truly free association, freed from the terms of production under capitalism, can we organize society in a way that suits not only human needs, but also the needs of nature. Production and society will serve one aim, reproducing human life, and with it, nature. Yes, this climate communism also means breaking out of a logic of permanent increase. Communism is, in a sense, degrowth, but not as much as means to solve the climate question, but rather as the consequence of the communist breakout from a value-mediated organization of society. It is no longer necessary to produce unnecessarily vast quantities in order for capital accumulation to succeed. One must only produce what corresponds to the needs and desires of humans. This will lead to a double liberation of humankind. Firstly, it sets free enormous amounts of time, energy, and resources formerly invested in accumulating capital, energy that can be used for creative and communal work. And it will liberate us from the needs artificially created by capitalism. By way of creating shortage in order to increase value, the market has so far subjected human needs to its own logic of permanent growth in a world of permanent shortage. What we want is not suppressing fundamental human needs. On the contrary, we still want everything, but everything will have a different meaning. It will mean striving to achieve a new and sustainable balance in the metabolism between human and nature. Thank you.
Hello. My name is João Camargo. I come from Climaximo in Portugal. I also am one of the people running the Fight the Fire eco-socialist magazine. A lot of what I was going to say was already said, so I'm not going to repeat it. I'm going to give a broader approach to my intervention and also focus on other ideological issues and theoretical. It's difficult for us to grasp the level of crisis we're actually living in due to the huge amount of resources put into alienation. We're simultaneously under a massive crunch of material crisis across the borders of all continents, brought on by the climate, the biological, the environmental crisis. Climate crisis is turning and will continuously be turned into cost of living crisis as a direct consequence. Also the war crisis in different territories, exalting the colonialist and racist ideologies, and an unrelenting and ever more powerful cultural war. Sorry. From mainstream to social media. All of these and other crises are the final crisis of the capitalist system. It is going to end. The question is if it's going to drag us all down with it or not. This is a big question of our time. If we let it go, it'll drag us all into collapse. It'll have some intermediary forms into essentially material conditions for its existence will erode. Not that they won't try to do it anyway. And it's the way it's handling it is quickly turning into more intangible and alienated forms of accumulation, also through process of recolonization and neocolonialism, while never giving up its traditional forms of accumulation. And that has always led me to a question is, why do capitalists want to kill themselves and us with them? And the truth is, I believe that they developed such well thought of tools to create hegemony in society that they have actually become convinced of the discourse they have used to subdue the working classes, and they have started to actually believe their own bullshit because they're saying it in the news every day, because they're teaching it in the universities every day, they're putting it into every form of content and cultural content, that they actually are convinced that they're not human, that they are above our condition.
Extropianism.
Okay. So I'm ever more a way of defining myself as a very clear, ideologically defined person, as I'm looking for so many different things, and we're looking at so many different things. I would say like I'm a pragmatic materialist. And pragmatic materialist at this moment means our ideology is not so far away from our strategy and our practices. It's crunched by time, and so my ideology at this moment is revolution. And revolution is not an ecumenical moment in which suddenly the polarization in society dissolves. It's a struggle of opposites in which we need to confront the state, the sovereign, in which we need to create an alternative theory of sovereignty, of state, of system, of government. And a revolution will not happen. It's a concerted, intention, planned process. If we don't plan for it, it won't happen. And it's certainly a lot about power. And power is also very spread across the board and across the globe at this moment. So it's very difficult to say if we do this, it'll work. We'll probably need to do a lot of different things at the same time for it to actually have any chance of working. So the destruction of social, political, environmental oppression will only be achieved by a methodical and intentional coordinated movement. It's no cloak and dagger issue. It's a public challenge. It's a public fight. And the far right is capitalism's backup plan, and they're already in play. When alienation clashes against material scarcity, they will resort to direct force. There's no need for intermediation anymore. This is growingly going to happen. So the rupture of capitalism includes many elements that already exist, some very powerful in our movement, the mass elements, disruption, some institutional capability, communication capability, others as well. They are useless if they are not coordinated. We need rupture coordination, international rupture coordination, to which organizations devote resources and people. We don't just need 10 blockades a year happening around Europe. We need successive blockades with accumulated and successive effects that shut down the treadmill of capitalism, at least temporarily, ideally permanently. Capitalism is a fucking giant, but it has feet of clay. It's so fragile in there's so many choke points in commerce, in energy, in communication. We are only permanently pushed into thinking it's just an achievable task because it seems so stable and reliable. It's not. It's always in fucking crisis. On this issue of coordination, I'd like to tell you that we're going to try to do this. There's a meeting today at 2 p.m. in the Cloister Garden, about which we had been discussing in the previous session, where the banners are. And we're also going to try to do this in December in the Earth Social Conference in Colombia. We also need an emergency program, which is an intermediary part of this. And one thing that I thought was going to be more controversial here in the session, but it wasn't, we for sure don't need to agree on everything that's going to happen after the revolution. For sure. But we do need to have a story about the future that becomes big. We need to create this revolutionary story and plan. And we're going to create the plan, but it won't go according to plan. It's going to be a fuck up, and we're going to have to improvise most of the time. And it's fine. Being alive is also that. But if there's no plan, nothing's going to happen. So we're going to make a plan to win. Thank you.
Alex. So we've been left by our chair. But I think the point now is to open to the floor. We've got 3 mics, and we have Alex Foti running. So over to you.
Sorry, but the lasagna has come and the van isn't finding where to deliver. So it's Trattoria Popolare, an anarchist restaurant that is providing a vegan lasagna for all. Okay, so we give the floor to questions. Of course, we need to eat, so we'll have to keep it short. I just want to say that to me, the precariat is the revolutionary subject because it performs essential labor. I think there can be a convergence on nonviolent direct action and strategy. And in terms of objectives, I think a strong, I said before, 1,000 strong common demonstration with tents, acampada, that shows a common will to overthrow fossil capitalism would have immense power in a major European city and on. But I mean, this is the issue of the other assembly. I mean, I just want to add that Earth First, Earth Liberation Front, in a way, Defend Atlanta Forest too, and in general, forest struggles are communities of practice that are important as models of resistance, and we should also learn from them. Although I agree with the comrades of Climachimo that time is short and coordination and planning are essential. But in terms of social power, ideological power is important, but this means also media power. I think we should, from an intellectual level and also an activist level, build common media, a publishing house for books or an imprint under some publisher that publish. And I think this common effort where we don't have the solutions reminds us of the First International. Abo was the proponent of this, the guy that you heard. That is various ideological traditions that share in common. Back then it was the social question, now it's the ecological question. Let's constitute it as a transnational coordination organism that supports convergence and solidarity. So the floor is now, thanks to our guests who have been so much better than what I had to say. I hope that your theoretical interests were stimulated. Who's next? Hey, John Signa from the Climate Refugees Assembly and founder of Climate Camps. An inveterate man.
Yes, sorry. Our session was held at 9:30 in the morning when everyone was still half asleep. So we didn't have the most dynamic participation, but we did have some important people, and we agreed to do something. And I think it's highly connected with the question of revolution, because the question of revolution also, we need to address the question of state power and how do we smash state power. So this connects with the question of the borders. The state controls borders. The key power of the state is to define a territory and protect it by force. In Europe, we have this curious thing called Fortress Europe, Frontex. And it's for us a strategic question. We must smash Fortress Europe, we must smash Fortress Britain, and we must organize action against the ministries of interiors and the police and what you call in Italy lo Stato Maggiore, the major state power. And we, as an activist from Genoa in 2001, experienced what the power of the Italian state is in the form of the carabinieri and the police. And this is our enemy, and it's the enemy of also the refugees, of immigrants, and this is how we can build a mass movement. So the demand to smash the state power, the frontiers, is a revolutionary demand, and one which we should support.
Who wants to also pose questions to our distinguished panelists? Or, signal theoretical ideas that have been not highlighted. Hey, we have a scientist, guys.
Thank you. I am Salem from Ecologia Politica. I want to ask about the experience in the last centuries, if there is something that we can save and utilize for another society, another world, another ecological and political way of life. Ho chiesto se dall'esperienza del scorso secolo c'è qualcosa che noi possiamo salvare e utilizzare.
Scusate, sorry. So what shall we... Bakunin, Kropotkin, Emma Goldman, I would say.
I think to Rojava with the confederalism, democratic, social ecology, ecofeminism, it's important, but now we know there are repression, many blood from Turkey, and so it's very difficult, the situation, but it's important. Also, I think Zapatista in Mexico, there is important because there is horizontal communities, and in the past I love the Commune of Paris because the democracy, the direct democracy for a very short time, but the change it's very, very strong. And there are many other, but I think three things for now.
So I think there's a very general abstract lesson that's really useful, actually essential to what we're doing, and we don't remember it enough, is that there are social tipping points. There are points when all of a sudden something emerges that we can call a revolutionary situation or a situation of very rapid social change through the accumulation of contradictions and discontents that can be triggered in ways that are unpredictable. There are social tipping points. So when we're feeling really in despair, we have to remember that they're not just ecological tipping points. They're also social tipping points, and we have to prepare for them. We have to be ready. And when they happen, there are openings in history. We don't know how they will play out. We can be part of deciding it for the better, rather than letting other people decide it for the worse. So I think that's a key, very abstract lesson, but you can look at all the revolutions of, also failed revolutions, by the way, but all the revolutionary episodes of the last centuries and know that this will happen. This will happen one form or another, and in a very different way than in the past, because we cannot be anthropocentric in the way that most revolutions were. Another lesson, the only other one I will mention, is that a peasant army can defeat the strongest military of the world. Right? Like, this is what happened the echo, sorry. I'm going to hold it a little bit further away. So, a country based on peasant agriculture can defeat the strongest military in the world. Vietnam is an important lesson. You know, I think we can also have a lot of despair about the strength of capital and capitalist states. This was a state feeding itself on peasant agriculture, without any major industries. They defeated the strongest army in the world. So let's take a little bit of hope from the past.
Okay, I don't know if I have an answer. I tried to figure out in what I said before that for me the way I think about internationalism, desiderability and the material method are three things that we can save, and I agree what you said also. So, but I think we also need to save the analysis of what has been gone wrong. So, for example, the idea that we so past tradition didn't discuss so much social metabolism, that industrial work, industrial labor was put at the forefront over meta-industrial labor, which is really relevant to make class connection and class struggle. And also the idea that somehow ideologies came before attention to hierarchies, relationship, and the idea that the relationship between means and goals. So I think we have an important lesson to take for what is gonna be wrong and how people haven't feel represented from revolutionary paths that have been taken, and how capitalism just answered, like cooptating. So how our concepts have been cooptated. This is why I talked about decoloniality, because I think that it's really complicated to make decolonial washing, because decolonial is a really radical, according to me, struggle. So a decolonial climate justice is something we need to really think about. And yeah, so cooptation and how a policy of desire is something which capitalism are really well done. So this.
Utter a word, Tahrir. We have witnessed a successful revolution, not successful, but in the sense that it overthrew a state. It taught us what it means to do a revolution. Bastille, it's like seize the palace of power. I mean, we have to go back to this basis. And to talk about contemporary authors, David Graeber and Tony Negri, who would disagree heartily on most things, but I think they are leading guides staying in ideology.
I want to quickly come back to that point of social tipping points, because yes, history has shown us that economic and social crises can lead to fundamental changes in the system. But we have also seen, as my colleague just said, how it can go wrong. And what we're watching in a moment is that it can go wrong again, that fascist movements are on the rise because of the fear of people. We are here because we feel anxious and we want to change the system. But on the far right, people would say the exact same thing with another goal. So what my point is we have to find a balance between disruption as an acute intervention against capitalism, and we've discussed that in the panel before, that is important, but we have to find a way to also mobilize these people who are currently getting lost in, in these fascist movements because of their fear, but because the answers seem more simple and privilege them in their ideas. So I feel like we have to understand that anti-fascist work is part of a climate justice movement, and we have to integrate that.
Yeah, I think the fascists are just promising a future, which is the past. So what they promise is, let's go back to the wonderful way things were before. It's a process of alienation. And the reason why they're gaining track is because nobody else is telling them what the fuck the future is. We need to tell people and create a vision of the future, a future which is not a catastrophe. To reach a future which is not a catastrophe, we need a complete overhaul of this system. Talking about last century experiences, well, so many references. All the anti-colonial liberation movements, whether through war or through less violent processes, the Cuban, the Vietnam, Angola, Mozambique, Egypt, all of these give us brilliant references. And we also need to look at defeats, some glorious defeats, like the Easter Rising in Ireland, but also the defeat of Syriza, the defeat of the Catalan independent movement that didn't have a fucking plan to win, which is something that has always looked to me as catastrophic. Don't lead on the people and then let them go, because that pushes movements, that pushes society backwards for decades. And obviously, the Kurdish movement and its articulation capability across different countries, across different tactics, institutional, revolutionary, armed struggle, everything. And it's still a very strong movement today, and it's been in that process for many years. And finally, the Arab Spring that toppled decades-old governments, that led into also international semi-revolutionary movements, also across Europe, the Acampadas, Occupy Wall Street, the anti-austerity movement, the movements in Brazil, in Gezi Park. It was a very feebly, ideologically organized movement. It's very much like 1848 in the springtime of the peoples. It was able to take down a lot of very conservative governments, but its lack of cohesion and follow-up led to a massive backlash, which we're living through today. But after the springtime of the people, we had the Paris Commune, and everyone kept learning. And then you had the Russian Revolution, and you had the whole century of revolutions happening with different models, but we can't be stuck in the idea that a revolution isn't possible anymore. That's what they want us to think.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Is it okay? Okay, it's weird how I listen to myself, but very quickly, thank you for this wonderful panel. It really was super informative and thought-provoking. And I have just a general comment, but specifically, I enjoyed very much the definition of being a pragmatic materialist. And I share with Joao the idea that planning is necessary to build a desirable image of the future. And I do think, though, that we can assess these issues in the abstract. What does it mean to plan today? Like, assuming the tradition of the 20th century, planning has been done. How? What worked? What didn't? And that's important. But it is important also to look at what's happening today, in my opinion. And at in room 208, we'll have some people from an occupied factory, okay? It's 2 years been going. It's the GKN in Campi Bisenzio and Florence. And there are two elements which, in my opinion, we will hear them from their own voices, and it's going to be much more interesting than from mine. But since not all these people may be there, I want to just put these 2 points there. The first one is they recognized that they had to connect with some more general movement in society to be able to have one chance of succeeding, and they saw us, the climate movement, at that subject. That is something we should be aware of, okay? Maybe we think we are weak, because we are, but we are much, much stronger than we think we are. The second point is that through this connection, these workers were able to, create a network of solidarity expertise from universities, from engineering, from other companies, and they created 2 reindustrialization plans. So they are doing planning at their level. One was aimed at just saying to the government, if you intervene and you guarantee publicly our commercial outcome, we can make this factory running, staying in the automotive sector, but not producing for endothermic engines, but for collective mobility electric buses. This is solar punk, okay? The second, so they lost because the government, we have a right-wing government. So what you were saying is exactly what's happening in Italy. And so what they could do was either accepting defeat or starting a cooperative, like, you know, a worker buyout thing, and they needed a different plan. And they planned, like, you know, cargo bikes and batteries, like, you know, they will tell this just to say, start from something which is happening to think in general. Sorry.
Can you hear me? Okay. No, just to say that in the first article, in the second article of this manifesto, we tried to state that it's very important to link like new materialism or vital materialism with historical materialism. And going quickly, in the end of the manifesto, we ended up trying to understand how the human fight and struggle is within a more wide non-human also environment, and that maybe the vulnerability we share with the non-human entities define a revolutionary subject that is human and non-human. And this redefine a lot also, for example, Marxism or socialism and so on. So the link I want to launch you is how much this biocaryat or this revolutionary subject that is beyond the human perspective and that maybe also reframe Marxism in another perspective, you consider to how is your approach and how we can define something else.
Hi, I'm Ashley Dawson with the Public Power New York campaign. At the risk of muddying the waters, I wanted to put the question of what Luxembourg called non-reformist reforms on the table and see what panelists had to say. I'm thinking specifically of two things. One is the fact that we need to abolish finance for fossil fuels, right? You know, the World Bank has spent $17 billion supporting fossil fuels just since the Paris agreements. So do people think that demanding something like that of the existing states is a useful move? And the other thing I wanted to mention around this question of non-reformist reforms, and I do this to put questions about the Global South very much on the table, and that is that Global South movements have called for climate reparations for a long time. And the Global South is right now in the midst of a tremendous debt crisis since the pandemic. So, you know, what do you all think about climate reparations, which of course could be seen as a demand of existing states, a kind of non-reformist reform, but it's one that has come from Global South nations. So I'd like to get your responses to that, and to again really call for people to be thinking about the Global South on this panel and in general at this conference.
Hey, I'm Jesse from the Movement Hub, and I have more question. So I heard climate crisis or mutual crisis are now, and at the same time, To solve this, we need to push the capitalism to the end, and we have no time for that. So that's the fact. We need to handle with it. And then I heard also we need direct democracy and horizontal hierarchies. And I'm asking myself how to close this gap, because we need long-term organization processes to get mass organization, a really organized and structured mass organization, like Maximus said already. Yeah, and how can we close the gap that we have no time and at the same time we need this for the revolution?
Lasagna have arrived. We gave more time to the previous assembly because it was politically crucial, as they were the most important climate justice movements in the world discussing strategy. And their discussion is continuing at the Legnaia Cloister, and also tonight all together, also at 6:30 outside. So now, let's wrap it up, and it's for us to close it quickly. We take one last question, and I won't talk, and we do quick replies and go to it all together. Ma no, vabbè, tanto non parlo più. Dov'è la tipa? Chi è? Who raised their hands? The lasagna has taken... scusa.
So I would assume most of you at the panel are in disagreement with what has been called Halamism already, which I mean like the strategy that movements working together in the 822 network have established. And I would say I'm in some disagreements with Roger as well, but I really appreciate that he really lays down the plan that has been mentioned a lot. And I don't see such a plan, which I mean like really a design of specific steps to build power in the Marxist critique or the the approach that you have expressed today, and that some of us probably read a lot about. So do you see such a plan already, I know, somewhere ready for us? Is it work that has yet to be done, and then who has the role of preparing such a plan? Do you see such a plan already prepared somewhere?
Esiste già il piano. Okay, who wants to do a quick retorts? 5 minutes tops.
About non-reformist reform, I think this is a part of an emergency program. It's a first phase for sure, aimed into mass mobilization and to have a lot of people behind it. It's not a complete ruptural plan, but it's obviously something that needs to be shifting the, what's it called? The Overton window? Sorry, these terms. And obviously, climate reparations are a clear process of part of this, and important issue if we're talking about real internationalist articulation that has a global idea of what should happen and not just very tiny. We currently started, okay, so about not in this, I'm not in disagreement with 822 at all. I think it's a component of a bigger plan. I feel weird when people introduce themselves and saying I'm this ism or that ism. I always question them, what are you doing? That's what I want to know, not what you introduce yourself as.
I want to try and combine these questions on a more theoretical level, because I think we can succeed in combining, for example, non-reformist reforms and the struggle for justice for the global south, and disruption if we as organizations understand that we have to work on 3 levels. First of all, we have to talk about utopian perspectives. We have to fill the future with pictures. We want feminist cities, we want reproduction at the center of society, and we want to change the way that production is organized. We have to fill that with words. But we also have to show that we can live utopia in the present, for example, by gaining control over factories, or by adopting non-reformist reforms that show that international solidarity is alive and that we can already start to implement that, even in a society that mostly lives under, let's say, a wrong consciousness. And at the same time, we have to be concise about how we want to change the system fundamentally in order to take people with us, by finding a balance between mobilizing those who are in fear and who want to change the world we live in, and by disrupting the current system that is at the root of our problems. And I think if we understand that we have these 3 layers, and every organization, no matter what their focus is, can answer these 3 layers, then I think we have sort of a way forward together.
Yeah, no, I go on the same line, so I have not so much to add. I just think that environmental struggle needs to be at the very center of labor struggle today, as you said, in the end, because I think laborers need to claim for be the subject of a new social metabolism to came, and this is what really just transition is. And we need to take into account future vision of labor put forward for many different kind of laborers, so meat industrial labor and industrial labor as well. And the second very quickly point that I don't know if it answers, but my sensation is that to fight again this anxiety, which has been very named, is to recognize that maybe we do not have to invent something really new, but rather give strength to the idea that territories and society is surviving not because of capitalism, but despite capitalism. So the idea is that the forces, the knowledge, the capacity are really already there, and they need to be autonomized from capitalism. So I think solution is around us. It's not something really new we need to invent. This is the problem with capitalism, that you say, okay, you have the challenge to invent a really new system. No, it's not about that.
Right, so I forgot to introduce myself in the beginning. So I'm a part of a movement school called Common Ecologies, and what we're trying to do is create spaces of exchange and mutual learning between different movements, with the hypothesis that we need more translation between movements, we need more circulation of tactics and ideas of organization, and we need to figure out how we can create transversal and translocal alliances. So like get people from the labor movement and the climate movement talking, so that you don't have labor movement demands that are undermining climate priorities, and you don't have climate movement actions or demands that are undermining the livelihoods of people, right? A lot of mistakes have been made. People are getting a lot better at this, and we need a lot more. So that's one step in building power. Another is to build forms of organization that are open to people who are not already fully convinced in the kind of maximal sense that we need to do. Of course, we need groups that can take direct action, where we need to be really on the same page, but we also need groups that have, for instance, a territorial basis, where we say, like, what would a just transition mean in our neighborhood, in cities, especially in the south of Europe, where there's a strong sense of neighborhood. It can be on a village level, it can be whatever, like more radical than transition towns, but something like this. We need to think about how to build an organization that reaches out to people who see something needs to be done, but who are not fully politicized yet, and create processes where we where we build a mass movement. And another aspect of that is active solidarity, building active solidarity, which is, for instance, one thing. Imagine warehouse workers in your city suffering from 40 degrees temperatures in the warehouse and they're forced to work. And it would be illegal to strike. We need community-led work stoppages where people from the climate movement go out and block the warehouse in solidarity with the workers, coordinated with them to bypass the illegality of strikes.
That's the Union Assembly. That's the Union Assembly.
That's later. That's later. Come to that. Yeah.
Awesome. So, Selva, the last
Very, very quickly. I know we don't have time. We have to act, but I think we have to act collectively. We have two confederation, so this moment it's important for this reason, and we have to imagine when we want to go, because you can't act without thinking. So it's important the relationship and the means and the ends. It's all.
Hey, thanks, guys. Sorry, and have a good lunch. See you soon. Please give money for lasagna. We have to pay them somehow.
Roger, can you hear me? Roger, can you hear me? Roger, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you hear me well?
Yeah.
Perfect, because this is the only microphone. What? Okay, if you can like put down the camera, so maybe the framework of the camera, the picture.
Oh, right.
Okay, perfect. I think it's good. Okay, now I think as Alex said, in 10 minutes we are running the assembly. Sorry for the delay, but we are running. It's like 3 days that we are running every day and try to save minutes and time, but every day we are in late with something. So keep patient, please, and apologize.
It's all good. I've already said to what's he called, Alex, that he needs to maintain greater revolutionary discipline, but so he's taking that on board.
Thank you, Roger.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you hear me well? Roger from here? Roger, Roger, Roger. Can you hear me? Di dire cose brutte. Roger, can you hear me? We're gonna start now, okay? People have come and more will come as soon as we start. Hello, we are happy to be, can you hear me? Great. We have Roger already online for 50 minutes. He's been patient with the fact, with our lasagnas, and that's only adds to the greatness of the man, because he's, with Greta Thunberg, the foremost climate activist on earth. He not only founded Extinction Rebellion, but A22, he gave a new impulse to climate resistance and climate disobedience. Of course, like most climate movements, but more than most, it suffered by the hand of the law. And Roger himself was jailed for months. Please welcome Roger Hallam, who's gonna do a revolutionary speech.
Okay, does that mean it's over to me? Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me? Yeah, do you want me to start?
Maybe higher volume for the control room, for Roger. We can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, please start.
Yeah, great. Okay, well, hello everyone. Everyone can wave if they like that, so I know you're real. Okay, it's always a little bit weird doing a presentation on Zoom across a lot of space. Anyway, so thank you very much for coming to hear me, and for inviting me to this conference. I'm not entirely sure how things are going to go, but I think I'm going to speak for about 40-50 minutes maybe, and then I very much welcome questions, which I'd prefer to have. I'm going to cover quite a lot of ground, and so if there's something that's not clear, then again you can ask me in the questions, because I'm going to give a broad overview of the potentiality for revolutionary change over the next 10 years. That's broadly what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to use a number of technical words, so hopefully, again, if you're not quite sure what I mean, you can ask me in the questions. I'm hoping to speak quite slowly, in so much as not everyone's language is English, obviously. What I'm going to speak about then is revolutionary praxis, by which I mean the combination of practice and theory, and how this can be used to bring about revolutionary change in society, as I said, in the next decade. I'm assuming that what revolutionary change means is moving to a post-carbon society, and a society which is based upon principles of justice and egalitarianism. So those are two broad criteria. I want to emphasize that a revolutionary change is a sociological category, not a rhetorical one, in the sense that revolutionary change does not mean utopian change. If we have a revolution, things will be better, but they won't be perfect by definition. I'm going to be, I was told I was going to do a speech, but I'm going to be more analytical than rhetorical. So I think at this stage, and with you in the audience, I think it'd be more useful to analyze how we're going to be effective and such like. So in case you don't know who I am, I've been involved in social activism for 40 odd years. Is that right? I think so. Since I was 15, I sat in the road when I was 15 and haven't really stopped since. I was an organic farmer for 20 years, but I've been organizing people just about every week for the last few decades. I'm an organizer. I did research at King's College in London on the dynamics of mobilization, civil disobedience. And I did a lot of the research that led to the setting up of Extinction Rebellion. I'm a co-founder of Extinction Rebellion, and also the major civil resistance projects in the UK, Insulate Britain, Just Stop Oil, and such like. And as I'll come on to talk about, a major project I initiated and have helped to shape is the A22 network. I'll speak about that in a minute or two. I do want to give a little plug. I have a podcast called Designing the Revolution. So there's about 40 episodes. So there's plenty to talk about, and you can obviously listen to that to find out more details. From a practical point of view, presumably my email address will be shared with you. So if you want to get in touch about various practicalities, about setting up projects or networking with projects that I'm involved with, don't hesitate to email me or contact me by whatever means you want to do so, because I'm not here to give an academic presentation. We're all aware that the situation is beyond horrendous and there's a lot to do. Okay, so I'm going to split the presentation into 3 parts, a short beginning and end, and a longer section in the middle. I'm going to say something about the state of play in terms of the prospects for revolutionary change, first of all. Then I'm going to talk about the methodologies and praxis of the A22 network, and also the design for more broad-scale structural change in Western societies, and using a case study of the Humanity Project. And then I'm going to make a few sort of criticisms of my own propositions at the end in the context of wider issues and limitations, which will be a sort of invitation for you to tell me why I've got it all wrong, as you might say. All right, so hopefully this is going to be interesting. Who knows? It's okay, I can't really see everyone, but I'll just move along. So there's 2 or 3 fundamental propositions I want to make initially. So I don't know if people have heard of Mark Fisher, but he was a media theorist in the UK. He came up with the idea of capitalist realism, which is the notion that there's a culture of believing that capitalism is inevitable, it can't be changed, and it's going to go on forever. There's no historical change and what have you, the end of history and such like. And what I want to propose is that now the opposite is true, which is we're in a period of capitalist idealism, in the sense that the notion that capitalism is going to carry on is hopelessly idealistic and unrealistic. And the reason for that is partially because of the increase of the traditional contradictions in international capitalism, but more sort of blatantly, as you might say, is that the climate breakdown is now locked in to varying extents. We're going over 1.5 degrees this year. We're looking at hundreds of millions of refugees. Peer-reviewed papers now predicting 1 billion deaths at 2 degrees centigrade. And I think many scholars and researchers would agree that when we get 200 to 300 million refugees in the world, the world trading system will collapse, and various bubbles related to insurance and property prices will collapse, and we'll have a fiscal crisis of the state. And if you know your sociology of revolution, you'll know that the main thesis around revolution is that they are provoked and created by fiscal crises, i.e. the state runs out of money and people go hungry and revolt happens. So conversely, the notion of revolutionary change has moved from an idealistic notion, something that's totally unrealistic, like in the 1990s, it's simply not going to happen, to revolutionary realism, which is what I'm going to talk about, which is revolutionary change is now inevitable. And the question is what happens during these revolutionary processes? Which brings me on to my second main point, which is the default is now fascism in various formats, either to prevent a revolution or what emerges from a revolution. But the key point is that this is not deterministic, it's not inevitable, but it is the default. And the major causal factor on preventing fascism over the next 10 to 20 years is going to be what you in this room and in our movements generally design. So we have a high level of agency because we're going into a period of history when anything is possible, whether that's fascism or some transition to a deliberative egalitarian social and political regime. All right, so that's a very rough and ready summary of where we're at. What I'm going to talk about in the next 10 minutes or so is the A22 organization, which some of you may have heard about. I'll explain it all in a minute. And what I want to do is sort of root my theoretical propositions in the practice of the last 2 years. So I'm going to say what works, and then I'm going to theorize what that sort of means for how we see the process of social and political change. And this will involve some quite profound challenges to conventional left practice. So we'll see what you think of these points. All right, so the A22 network sort of has come out of the experience of Extinction Rebellion. The rough timeline is as follows, that as many of you know, Extinction Rebellion was set up in 2018. It came out of 1 or 2 years of research by myself and other academics and activists. And it spread quickly around the world, became the biggest influencer on the climate in 2019. And then, to cut a long story short, it became sort of bogged down with various horizontalist practices and then got walloped by the COVID epidemic. And so as we came out of COVID, myself and various of my people that I work with started a project called Insulate Britain in the UK, which mobilised 150 people to block motorways for 7 weeks, got 80% name recognition, and transformed the discussion and policies on insulation in the UK. And out of that, we got the money and the credibility and the people to create Just Stop Oil, which has now gone on to becoming the biggest civil resistance organisation in the UK, with several thousand arrests, 150 people almost being sent to prison, including myself twice. And out of that experience has come a template which is spread around the Western world, which has influenced projects in the US, Australia, Canada, as well as most European countries. Insulation campaigns in France, Last Generation in Italy, Austria and Germany, and Switzerland, Norway, Poland and such like, obviously including the UK. So I'm going to try and explain why the A22 methodology has been so successful in creating the biggest civil resistance projects around the Western world over the last 2 years. And as a sociologist, I think it's quite interesting because it's quite difficult to actually replicate social formations across countries and across time and space. But this has been done. And I think it's because, if this isn't too great a claim, we're broadly, as practitioners, know what actually creates civil resistance and what doesn't. And I'm going to suggest that there's 4 elements. These 4 elements are explicit. If you want to join A22, you have to go through a period of training and induction, and you have to agree with these 4 elements, not 3 of them or 2 of them, but all of them. Each of these elements really questions to varying extents revolutionary or radical culture as it's grown up over the last 3 decades since 1989. And in many ways, these elements rediscover, as it were, the main characteristics of civil resistance before the neoliberal period during the 20th century. Okay, so the first element is the institution of a core group that has executive powers. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these because I've got other things to say, so you might want to ask me questions about them. But in a way, this is the key innovation, which is to move away from the hidden and dysfunctional hierarchies of what's mistakenly called horizontalism, because horizontalism always involves hierarchies in order to get things done. And instead, it moves towards what we would call open and functional hierarchies, which are accountable and clear, and power relationships are written down and challengeable. But also, more subtly, the culture changes towards one of trust and service rather than suspicion and attack. And the notion of having power is not seen as a one-way street. It's seen as, yeah, a privilege, obviously, but also a responsibility to make very important decisions, which increasingly involve the prospects of life and death of people. So it's a major deal. So the main reason why A22 has been successful is this creates strategic coherence and rational decision-making and consistency throughout the organizational space. The second element is to have a set demand, which is winnable. This is tactical, as I'll come on to communicate. The A22 project is not an end in itself, it's part of a wider strategy. So there's a certain amount of pragmatism in winning something concrete. The A12 campaign, which you may be aware of, which is just won in Holland after 9,000 arrests, had a set demand, and that's one of the reasons they've won up, obviously. And the theory of change here is that if you win, you create a groundswell, a whirlwind of enthusiasm and empowerment, and this leads to you being able to make bigger demands and grow the movement and inspire people around the world. This happened in a very clear way in the civil rights movement in the 1960s when the Freedom Riders, which only involved about 100, 200 people, had a major win on desegregating buses, and this provided the dynamism that led to the bigger civil rights campaigns in the early 1960s. The third element is systematic mobilization, which is probably one of the biggest breaks from conventional climate activism or social justice revolutionary practice. And this comes out of interrogation of the paradox of political identity, as some scholars call it, which you may have heard of. And this is the paradox that if you remain within your own demographical and cultural group, you'll be able to expand very quickly, but the very reasons you're able to expand limit further growth because the culture becomes overbonded and suspicious and alienating to people in wider society. So what we do through systematic mobilization is, for instance, in Germany and the UK, hold approximately 1,000 public meetings, either online or offline, which are advertised through neutral mechanisms, leafleting, postering, street stalls, and door knocking. So you get into other social and cultural networks, and you expand a greater level of mobilization, which is more pluralistic and therefore healthier. And this is fused with a sort of dynamic of raising money through those meetings. So Just Up Oil is, broadly speaking, self-sufficient at a basic level now because, like Greenpeace, we've got, lots of people who give us money once a month, but also the systematic mobilization helps to raise money from guilt-stricken millionaires, as you might call it. and people are paid not on a flat rate. So this transcends the sort of dichotomy between NGO culture, where people are earning lots of money and, and therefore alienated from volunteers, and purely volunteer systems, which find it difficult to scale up and create, organizational cause, and also have a bias towards sort of middle class engagement, because volunteers are obviously, working class people have less time and such like. So, for instance, we have a lot of young people involved in Just Stop Oil, and one of the main reasons is that because we can pay their rent. So this is a dynamo, this is a circular positive feedback loop, more mobilization, more action, more mobilization, but it has to be disciplined and organized by this central team so it doesn't degenerate into inertia and entropy. The last element is ongoing civil disobedience. So one element here is civil disobedience, which is essential to get 80-90% name recognition in your country, as has happened in Italy with Last Generation, in Germany and the UK and various other countries. It forces the country to have a debate. It drives mobilization, people joining you. It also opens the door to dialogue and public democratic engagement. And it makes sort of clear, I would hope, that engaging in hidden and violent activities is dysfunctional, because that creates a culture of closeness and excludes younger people, children, older people, women, and such like. So we can discuss that if you like. So an example of this is the Dutch situation with A12, as I said, which did ongoing civil disobedience, as I advised them, dare I say it. So instead of doing civil disobedience once a month, they do civil disobedience each day. And it's the attrition of that process which gets national publicity and at a certain tipping point enables you to win. So, for instance, we did the longest civil disobedience campaign in British history this summer, with 13 weeks of people marching through London day after day. Okay, so, those are the main, what I would see, at least in the Western world, the reasonably objective elements which are now required to create mass movements, if you're going to optimize them, at least. There's one or two broader theoretical points I want to make. Where am I up to? Yeah. So I'll say these fairly quickly. I think below the experience of doing Extinction Rebellion and the A22 network, we've come up with a sort of post-materialist Enlightenment notion of human nature, which sounds a bit grand. But what I mean by that is what we've discovered is that most people, most of the time, are primarily influenced by sociability, which basically means people giving them attention and support in small group settings, and proximity, people doing things which people around them are doing, as opposed to ideological instruction or the provision of information. So this challenges the Enlightenment notion that people are fundamentally atomistic, materialistic, and they make rational computer-type decisions. All of that, dare I say, is bollocks on the basis of empirical investigation. But the tragedy here, of course, is that the left, since the French Revolution, has had a similar notion of human nature, arguably, to the sort of capitalist space, which is it believes in cost-benefit analysis. It believes that people make materialistic decisions, and therefore it finds itself arguing itself into a defeatist critique where the poor and the oppressed can't liberate themselves because they haven't got the material resources and they're too oppressed. Obviously, that's bollocks. People rebel all the time, historically, not least the poor, and that's because human beings are more interested in Hegelian notions of recognition and, Nietzschean notions of meaning, excitement, values, and they're not actually that interested in material things, or at least that's only one element in their motivation structure. So you can talk about this more broadly, but this is one of the biggest problems on the left, is this inability to understand how human beings tick. And if you're going to mobilize human beings, you've got to understand what they want, which, dare I say, is a party, not a meeting. Right, okay, so we're going to move on to like where things are going next. So I want to make clear that the A22 network is not the main revolutionary strategy. It's more like a prequel to what I think we need to be doing. So A22, as I said, came out of the need for concrete civil disobedience projects after the disaster of the COVID pandemic. So now many of the projects, and I spend a lot of time myself looking at how we actually do what you might call the main show, which is the revolutionary transition. And there's a number of different elements I'll come on to in a minute here. But one of the main sort of theoretical propositions here is that the social question and the democracy question and the ecological question are now the same question. And this is not a rhetorical proposition, it's actually a material observation. And as such, we are moving away from using the word climate, because climate to us is a digression created by PR departments of corporate companies to make people think there's something separate from what you might call the main social questions of the last 200 years, and that is this technical issue of climate. The climate is not the issue. The climate, as we should all know, is the extractive and exploitative dynamics of capitalism. And we need to center our communication on those dynamics. So this means, for instance, like increasingly we will see information about what is happening in the climate, not on the climate news, but in news about national security or news about the economy. So, for instance, if you want to know what's happening on climate, we should really be looking at insurance markets, property prices, migration figures, financial stress on states, because these are the dynamics that are going to lead to the collapse of the carbon regime. Okay, so what does this mean in practice? So what we're looking at, I'll try and, got another 10 minutes. What we're looking at is, again, having like 4 different elements like we have with A22. So what we're looking at, the Humanity Project in the UK, which is one of the manifestations of this strategic move towards a sort of social revolutionary orientation, is to fuse together these 4 elements. The first element is direct action, civil disobedience, or civil resistance, which we're familiar with, presumably, which is the tip of the spear, bringing about national debate, national controversy, and forcing people to think about what's going on. The second element, which I presume many people are familiar with, is the development of people's assemblies. And this brings ordinary people into movements and enables them to set the agenda at a local level. The third element is cultural action. So this is major cultural figures that are outside like the political space and are largely more trusted by political figures, amplifying the direct action and assemblies through their social media, financing and the assemblies and direct action, and giving sort of cultural credibility, as it were, to these mass movements. And more on a local level, moving towards having parties and music and cultural events rather than boring meetings, as it were, or at least not just boring meetings. And it's worth noting that in genuine revolutions, it's the cultural space that basically initiates this artists and cultural figures rather than people who are embedded in the political space. And the last element is standing in elections, which doesn't mean setting up political parties. Emphatically, what it means is standing elections as a act of direct action, simply to wind up the establishment, as you might say, or to stand as assembly candidates in order to win elections, but to be a conduit for the will of those assemblies as opposed to a representative. And we can talk about that more if you wish. So the proposition is that as we move into the next 5 years, is the combination of these elements, which is interesting because obviously any of them on themselves is problematic and not likely to work. So a sort of timeline that we're working on in various Western democracies at the present time is to have an assemblies dynamo where we're doing 100 assemblies which come up with their own ideas on what's wrong with the world and what needs to be put right. That feeds into a national assembly which creates a set manifesto. And then there's pathways to create more assemblies, to stand in elections on that manifesto, to do local direct action, take control of local councils by standing in elections, which has been happening in a significant way in the UK, and do large cultural events such as festivals, conferences, street events, raves, and such like. And the end game really is to either take over local councils, get into parliaments as assembly MPs, and most importantly, create parallel political institutions such as a House of Citizens, which comes out of civil society and parallels the corrupted sort of neoliberal parliaments and comes up with alternative legislation proposals, which then can be used as demands of civil resistance mobilizations. And the final end game is to have an assembly constitution. There's academics in various universities researching this, particularly in Yale, which creates a constitution which is run by ordinary people without any politicians to be seen, as you might say. Again, we can talk about that if you wish. So I'm presuming most people understand why citizens' assemblies and the process of sortition, people being selected randomly, has massive benefits in comparison with representational systems. As we should all know, representational systems are captured before people stand in election because they need to be rich or supported by the rich. When they get into power, they're corrupted by the rich and such like. With sortition, people stand for a limited amount of time and selected by chance. So two major dynamics of corruption and corporate takeover are removed. So I'm not pretending for a minute that that's, is utopian, as I said at the beginning, but the proposition is this significant improvement and it will provide the breakthrough towards post-carbon, post-materialist societies as the neoliberal system breaks down over the next 5 to 10 years. The other scenario, of course, is that this breakdown happens spontaneously, but the argument is that if we can create a bottom-up democratic culture that involves ordinary people, then that culture will be able to scale up in a systematic and organized way and as such move beyond the sort of disastrous horizontalist sort of uprisings that have happened over the last 30 years, 20 years, and will be able to provide a proper and substantive institutionalized opposition to the fascist threat that we face. So I just want to briefly mention, the three theoretical sort of challenges here to conventional left practice. So the first one is a centrally controlled social movement. In order, this revolutionary project has to have a central committee. That's the proposition. That doesn't mean we're going to end up with Leninism or anything, but it means that people have to have a trusting service orientation, because without central control, there can't be rational strategy. The second thing is there has to be moral and inspirational leadership. All like revolutions which are successful have this, and it's ridiculous to suggest that we can get away without it. People need leaders to inspire them, even if they do get shot. And the third thing is this culture of sociability, like a culture which explicitly socializes out the dysfunctions of, left authoritarianism and sort of nerdy sort of intellectualism, as you might say. So all of these obviously, require a lot of thinking about, and they can be done well or can be done badly. So I'm going to finish by just suggesting, this is not the whole deal. I've only got 40 minutes. So as we've seen in, Palestine and Israel over the last few days, there's a major issue around war between states and the role of civil resistance. And that's something I haven't really touched upon. I'm not pretending that we've sorted out the problem of power and the corruption of power, which is a perennial problem. It's been going on for a lot longer than capitalism, for instance. And lastly, something I personally feel is probably a major requirement is to move away from a materialistic culture, which is centered upon a material notion of the individual and the world. And for me, one of the reasons why so many people burn out is because they think the world is real and they're responsible for it. Well, with most traditional cultures and indigenous cultures, people do not have the humanist arrogance, as it were, to feel that they control the world or are responsible for it, but they're more focused on something more doable, which is to live a good life in an Aristotelian sense and do what is right and get up in the morning and, do the revolution, whether it's going to happen or not, because that's an exciting way to live. So, I will leave it there, I think. Obviously, I'll close by saying everything I've said is not an assertion of some rigid ideological dogma. The reason why the title of this talk has the word praxis, which is a word we very much hope we bring back into has a central role really in our discussions, that we don't just disappear into the self-serving privilege of theoretical discussion, but we don't either disappear into the dead end of actionism, just focusing on actions. We need to have a praxis approach that brings them together, and that necessarily involves an open and curious orientation to other points of view and other cultures and politics and ways of seeing the world. So in that spirit, I'm I'll close my talk, and I very much welcome any questions or feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger. I was really impressed by the potential of your talk, although I think we should be climate Jacobins to stay with the historical sociology and be in a way organize the revolution rather than random assemblies, but that's my only critical element. Okay, please.
Hi, Roger. My name is Alice Swift from the UK, and we met before in 2018. And you'd said at that festival at the Green Gathering that no one had done any talks at that gathering on climate change apart from you, but I actually was doing one too on Ende Gelände, which I'm part of in the International Working Group. So I just want to begin with, you talk about trying to avoid nerdy intellectualism, but the way in which you use an argument from authority and use academic language to be able to assert an argument from authority, having never finished your PhD, I wonder why you feel like you can use an argument from authority in relation to academic inquiry when you yourself have not conformed to the very standard that you try and set regarding that. I also have a question, or a point around the use of the Stefan and Chenoweth work, which was a key part in the mobilization for Extinction Rebellion, in having to mobilize at least 3.5% of the population to be able to achieve a revolutionary scenario. And so a big focus on mass mobilization, which also involved very actively trying to mobilize people from across the political spectrum and use right-wing rhetoric as well as left-wing rhetoric. Now, when we did a survey of Extinction Rebellion activists and the demographic that they were coming from, you'd failed by your own standards to mobilize right-wing people. And I found that quite interesting then when trying to set up Insulate Britain, and the very specific way in which you were trying to tap into a nationalist sentiment to mobilize people in a way that at least I see the tactics of your splinter groups from Insulate Britain to then Just Stop Oil to very much add fuel to the fire of the right. I don't see any of the white van men that were trying to stop people on the motorways and with Insulate Britain joining the cause, and I don't see the same with right-wing people joining Just Stop Oil. So I wonder what you have to say about your very intentional tactics of mobilizing the right. I also want to talk about the way in which you deliberately try and upset people and provoke people when you are trying to catch a nerve of people, to mobilize people for fighting against climate change. The comments you made in Germany with saying, and excuse me here, I'm repeating what Roger said, that the Holocaust was just another fuckery in human history. And the way when you talk in terms of a future scenario that people should be scared of, very much telling people about a situation which would involve, and again, excuse me, trigger warning here, mass rape, and that men need to be protecting their wives and their daughters from a situation of mass rape with the breakdown of civilization as a result of climate change, when that doesn't recognize the rape and endemic rape culture that we have in society already and existing for many women around the world. And I just want to say about the tactics of very specifically trying to valorize and fetishize arrest. I myself have been arrested 5 times. I'm not against that. But I do think that the way that you have managed to fetishize the arrest and very much push people into getting arrested in a way that I just don't see as tactically advantageous. So where are all of those mass people that you mobilized for Extinction Rebellion? Where are they now? They're burnt out, they're exhausted. I've seen so many young people come through Just Stop Oil that have now a list of criminal convictions to their name with very little to show for it. They're exhausted, they're burnt out, and the policy shift is not happening. You can take the claim that the Labour Party won't introduce any more new oil and gas, but that is also as a result of anti-oil and gas campaigning other than Just Stop Oil as well from around the UK. So you've given him an hour. He has a huge platform here. And he has a huge platform around the world. I am raising legitimate critiques. He's here, I raise the critiques. He has used people in a way that has instrumentalized people and seen them as pawn pieces in his master chess game. I'm sorry, Roger, you're not always right. And there have been many times that you have been proved to be incorrect, and yet people blindly follow you into your tactics, which you will drop at the drop of a hat when you decided to end Insulate Britain. The zealots that were following you and were following you blindly, some of them didn't actually want to stop Insulate Britain, but the underhanded tactics that you used in order to stop the organization and move it to Just Stop Oil, because that's what you wanted, was not democratic. And I'm sorry, but the mass mobilizing that you said with Extinction Rebellion had to be across the political spectrum, could not be overtly capitalist. It was not possible to mobilize people on a mass scale in an anti-capitalist way. Well, Ende Gelände has consistently managed to mobilize thousands of people to shut down coal mines in Germany, and it's as a result of Ende Gelände that there is the now coal phase out in Germany. So I shall end it there. You're not going to speak here without critique.
Well, sorry, Roger. I mean, on my part, I think the list of criticism has been exhaustive, but you came in an open spirit, and I think we should keep an open spirit, as Roger says, for what works. It's undoubtable that in the space of a year, A22 has managed, for example, in a conservative country like Italy, to dominate climate conversations in everyday homes. We cannot deny that A22 had major effects. Anybody can criticize. I think we should ask questions and criticize Roger if you want to, but on the lecture, if I can say, he made on his theory of the revolution, of revolutionary change rather, which I regard as interesting. I think the third phase doesn't really deal with the, with the social theory of power. My favorite theorist, I know you read a lot of social science, is Michael Mann. So I think especially for continentals, we need historicization. I know you are also now studying the French revolutions. There are, of course, there are 3 or 4. And
yeah, well, it's okay. It's no worries.
Okay, after Alice's questions and criticism, who has to post? Okay, sorry.
Can I just say something? I'd prefer to answer that question because there was about 5 points there. Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me? You can put your hand up if you can hear me. Yeah, good. Sorry. Yeah, well, I don't have any problem with, the criticisms that have been made. My only problem is trying to remember them all because there was about 6. So apologies if I don't get to respond to them all properly, and maybe you need to come back. But so I think the first one was about authority or something along those lines. It's quite true that I didn't finish my PhD, but I did do 5 years of research. What was most of that research was working with campaigns on a sort of frontline capacity. I don't think the issue of, I've never claimed that that you should take anything I've said on the basis of who I am. It's more like, does it make sense on the basis of the research that's been done? And obviously, if you think that research is problematic, then that's a perfectly legitimate point of view. But all I've been saying is I think it's good to look at the theoretical and sociological literature. And as you rightly say, there's a number of controversies around that, but that's the background I'm come from. And this is one of the main things I hope, we will have a consensus on is, even if we do have differences, it's important to look at theoretical and empirical studies when we're trying to work out how to bring about the changes we want to bring about. As far as Chenoweth is concerned, I've forgotten what the question is, but yeah, I think you can be very reductive about Chenoweth and say, 3.5% and you get your revolution. Obviously, that's a gross simplification. I think the broader point that the Chenoweth research was showing was that if you're going to bring about a popular revolution, then it's a no-brainer that you're going to have a popular mobilization, right? You can't have a left-wing sect or, guerrilla movement is highly problematic, according to the empirical record. And the main model is nonviolent civil resistance, both in the global south and globally over the last 100 years. And I think that's irrefutable on the basis of her research and other people's research, which doesn't mean that it's deterministic, of course, doesn't mean you do this and you're going to win, in the same sense as it doesn't mean if you engage in a more pluralistic strategy, you're definitely going to lose. But what we're engaged in here is a sort of probabilistic analysis, right? You know, probabilistically, it's important to engage with many cultural groups in society, the church, small business people, farmers, for instance. All those three demographics traditionally are crossover groups in revolutionary episodes. So it's worth thinking about them. It's worth thinking about your attitudes towards the security forces, the police and the army, because if they defect, then you're significantly more likely to get regime change or structural change. So, you know, these are things to attend to, but they're obviously things to look at critically. Sorry, I didn't get your name, but, you know, you quite legitimately, you know, question these things, and that's good. But that's my general orientation. I think you're being a little bit, with all due respect, simplistic about attracting what you call right-wing people. I think we had to have a more sophisticated analysis of different demographics in society. So, for instance, a lot of people are what you might call small c conservative, but they're not necessarily voting for right-wing parties, and they certainly wouldn't self-describe themselves as right-wing. That's not to say, of course, that there are people that are right-wing, and there's certainly people that are fascistic, but there are broad sections of society that can be and could be sympathetic to a radical revolutionary project, but still have a number of conservative attitudes. And the general proposition here, of course, is that we have to reach out to those demographics in order to engage them and treat them with respect so that they can make that transition towards a construction of the people and left popularist theory, which you may be familiar with. So, for instance, you know, a lot of well-off workers, you know, can be quite conservative in many ways, but they need to be part of the coalition. You know, people who are religious groups need to be part of the coalition. And all I'm suggesting here, and all I think Extinction Rebellion was suggesting, is we get out of the bubbles of self-referential cultures, not least because pragmatically it's a no-brainer that you need thousands of people. Now, I'm not saying for a moment that that's easy to do, or that we necessarily were successful. So I think your criticism's right. You know, it certainly wasn't wholly successful. I mean, I think it wasn't wholly unsuccessful as well, in so much as you mobilized 200,000 people in a year in Extinction Rebellion. And I think there are legitimate questions about how we mobilize mass movements going forward. And I gave some, you know, indicators about how that might be done in what I talked about. I think you mentioned various things about upsetting people and Holocaust comments and all the rest of it. I mean, I don't really have much to say, to be honest, about that, other than if you're going to speak the truth in the public space, which is, to my mind, a revolutionary imperative, then it goes without saying that some people are going to be upset, not least people on the left who engage in activities which do not lend themselves to mass mobilization. And there's a long history, as I'm sure, I hope you are aware, that left-wing groups generally can be a major problem in creating a mass mobilization revolutionary movement. You know, not, for instance, the anarchist establishment, as you might call it, at the beginning of Occupy, the Muslim Brotherhood at Tahrir Square and such like. So that's a nuanced criticism. I'm not saying that left-wing groups per se are problematic, but there is a problem that left-wing groups obviously can and often do militate against the general mobilization that is necessary if we're going to have a democratic and deliberative transition over the next decade. Where else are we on to? I mean, on the arrest situation, I think you make a legitimate criticism that the fetishization of arrest is not helpful, and obviously it involves risks. What else can I say? I think initially Extinction Rebellion and myself made that error of sort of making centered things around arrest. For the last 3 years, myself and the people I've worked with have made clear that we're engaging in civil resistance to the point of arrest. So we're actually focusing on resistance. And as I'm sure everyone will agree, if you engage in civil resistance, a consequence of that is being arrested and possibly being put into prison. So, for instance, I made a speech in November. I had no intention of going to prison, but because it threatened the interests of the carbon state, I was put into prison for 4 months. There's nothing unusual about that in the history of civil resistance. And of course, like, people do get messed up and burnt out and harmed. And we do have a duty of care. And at the same time, dare I say, it's important not to fetishize the vulnerability of young people. Young people are keen to engage in civil resistance, and that can be a healthy psychological move rather than feeling disempowered and depressed. So there's a complexity around these issues, and I'm not complacent for a moment in providing support for people that engage in civil resistance. And at the same time, we all need to agree that the situation is utterly fucked, and what we need is mass civil resistance, and that's going to require people putting themselves in positions of danger, and that's the nature of social change. So, I mean, I'm not pretending my answer to you are the final word on it. We could have another hour's discussion about it. But broadly speaking, those are my responses. And I have absolutely no problem with people giving me a hard time, by the way. You say whatever you like. But I would say, one of the big innovations of Extinction Rebellion and Just Stop Oil is not to have Q&As, because it does tend to create this polarized sort of discussion. And if I was in charge of the conferences, as Alex knows, right, I would have you all in small groups by now, communicating so that everyone can engage in the act of speech, which empowers people and then produces, a more deliberative and democratic culture. But I'll allow Alex to take those. I take
the blame, although tonight we'll have dinner tables. That is true. And
I mean, I'll say one last thing, right. Which is to reiterate what Alex was saying, And I say this with all love and respect for people, and I have a lot of respect for Engelländer and what they've done. I think there's highly problematic elements to it, but isn't there with everything, right? But I think that my general point is this: is if you don't get out into the neighborhoods and into the streets and into the communities, then you're going to be isolated. So when the fascist orientation comes along, the left will get isolated, and this is the main strategic point I'm making. And unfortunately, on the left, there's an enormous resistance I've found towards the imperative to engage in dialogue and mobilization with the population at large. And if there isn't, fantastic, let's all work together on that agenda.
But I mean, that's a valid criticism, although Milano, for example, bike activism has managed to involve the whole population. We blockaded the city 2 weeks ago on certain issues. It's true that climate issues don't see the numbers of 2019 for a host of reasons which we don't want to go into. But I would partially disagree with the fact, although, I mean, your criticism of how the left is, past-oriented and cannot speak to, it doesn't have a realistic theory of human nature, we could agree. But social centers, how we call them in Italy, still provide also electoral influence and presence in neighborhoods. not all of them are good at, having everyday dealings with neighbors, as you said, but many do. Many because they're anti-racist, so they teach Italian to kids and so on and so forth. I don't want to go into details. I think, now, I was personally, although, I know this criticism around the figure, I thought you had a revolutionary outlook that we could relate to. You weren't speaking from outer space. The empirics of it and the logistics of it let me speak a sec, might be a little different for us. Ok, ehi ragazzi, sono il moderatore, posso parlare. Can we have a position on what Roger Hallam has said or not? Okay. No, because I'm not into stone throwing. I want to find, we're here for dialogue, although critical dialogue. No, va bene, ok, va bene.
Hi, Roger, my name's Johnson, I'm from London. Sorry for this English domination of this discussion. I think there should be other voices also from Italy represented. Anyway, my point is this, on the question of tactics. The state, to me, the big thing that you overlook is the question of the state, and the state, for me, is the major obstacle for us achieving the kind of change we want to see. So you involve a group, movement involves itself in successful tactics of disruption. And then what happens is the state adjusts to your tactics and your tactics become less effective. And then what you do, you go into crisis. And to me, that's what's happened. You've gone into crisis because the state has adapted and we haven't. And I think what we need to do is learn from history. I think there are examples in history that we can draw on. And to me, the best one is what happened in Europe after the First World War. There was a social catastrophe. I hope we don't reach that. But the social catastrophe that occurred in Europe after the First World War created revolutions. So we had workers' councils in Germany, in Hungary, in Russia, of course, the Russian Revolution. And I think any strategy that involves change has to be addressing the question of the state, and in particular, what Lenin wrote about the state and revolution, the need to overthrow state power, and the strategy to do that is mass mobilization. In terms of tactics, we need to find something which doesn't simply involve a tiny number of people and isn't simply a passive, large demonstration. We need to find something in the middle. I think Ende Gelände is a good example of where we can involve large numbers of people in militant direct action. But I think now, because of the repressive legislation we have in the UK, we have the most restricted demonstration rights, I think, in the Western world now, and in Europe. It's going to be very difficult to mobilize people. And so I don't know how we're going to really reach the next level and win things.
Shall I respond to that? Is that okay? Oh.
Yes.
Yeah. I'd rather respond to things each point because there's, people are making quite a lot of different points in one question, and otherwise I'll forget. So yeah, what I've tried to present in my presentation, which is obviously necessarily simplistic for such a big project as the transformation of society, what I've tried to center around that is my agreement with you, which is the central project is the state and taking over the state. And that's a revolutionary project necessarily by definition. I think there's a tension between what you can do before a period of social crisis and what you do during that period of social crisis. So what I mean by that is obviously at this moment in time, there's not, a major crisis like there was in 1919. And we can see that in 1919, there was a whole bunch of revolutions. And the reason for that is pretty obvious because, ruling classes had just had millions of people die in the First World War, and there was a massive level of social disconnection. So what I'm trying to say is that there's a two-part strategy. And I'm not saying that this, is deterministically going to be successful, right? This is all probabilistic, like I said with the previous questioner. And I think the pre-revolutionary strategy is to build up the practices that will create a deliberative, democratic, and popular transition in a revolutionary period. In other words, if there isn't a pre-existing culture of self-organization and know-how, as it were, organizational know-how, then as and even when an objective revolutionary period happens, then it's highly likely that there'll be a degeneration into violence and chaos and some authoritarian outcome. So that's one point. And I mean, an example of this, for instance, is the American society before the American Revolution, which had a high level of democratic, egalitarian participation, obviously only amongst white men. But for that period of history, it was fairly unique. Now, the second question is, during a period of objective crisis, for instance, when there's hundreds of millions of refugees, when, the wet bulb temperature effect kills millions of people in the United States, for instance, and there's a collapse in social security and all the rest of it, then there's a different strategy, right? Which is to use a combination of assemblies and direct action to lever control from the state, which you can see happened in the French and Russian revolutions, for instance. But to do that in a deliberative 21st century way, which involves mass civil disobedience. So you can see this, for instance, in the Philippines, for instance, in 1984, or similar examples of civil resistance. So that's my orientation, right? I agree with you. No one's saying this is going to be easy, but one of the main points I'm trying to put across is this revolutionary period is coming anyway, because we've moved from a capitalist realist period where it's objectively extremely difficult, between 1990 and 2008, for instance, to a period where it's almost inevitable that capitalism is going to collapse in the next 10 years because of the multiplicitous and interconnected crises, not least to do with ecological collapse, of course. So, what we're talking about here is not formulaic. It's a very live situation. And that's why I think it's important to have dialogue across the movements, which, it can be vigorous, right? Because it's a passionate subject, to put it mildly, isn't it? The consequences of getting it wrong are beyond awful. So, yeah, we should have vigorous dialogue about it.
Yeah, hello. Firstly, I want to thank you for holding this talk. It's amazing, and I'm quite awestruck to be speaking to you. And I have quite a lot of questions and things I'd like to say, but I'll keep it simple with only 2 questions that won't take you forever to respond to. So the first one is what made you think? What was the thought process behind starting the A22 network and having something go beyond XR instead of continuing with XR in the climate movement? And the second one is in relation to mobilizing that broader portion of the population. What do you do with people who end up being very much in denial of the severity of the climate crisis, or a way out there getting would be alienated to join the climate movement because they believe something like vegans are mentally ill or like LGBTQ people are mentally ill or something like that. But it's also kind of like a personal advice question because I am unlucky enough to have a father that believes both of those things.
Yeah, well, first of all, please don't be awestruck.
Well, why not?
Just imagine me sitting on the toilet or something. I always do that when I talk to these big establishment people, you know, like they're impressively unimpressive, right? And I agree with the first speaker who criticized me. You know, the last thing I do is want to speak from some imposed authority. All I'm doing is I get up in the morning and I do work, and if someone asks me to share my opinions, then I'm going to share my opinions, right? I'm not claiming any authority over and above the work that I've done to the extent that it's, you know, useful and people find it helpful to discuss, right? That's it. That's don't, you know, I mean, you know, I did spend like 10 years as an anarchist, right? So I'm perfectly familiar with all the criticisms of authority and hierarchy and all the rest of it. So I think, you know, that brings us on to your question about why the A22 sort of emerged and split off from the sort of Extinction Rebellion space, as you might say. And what I want to say, you know, just to be clear is, I'm not in the business of making absolute criticisms of any social formation, right? Every social formation, whether it's Englander or XR, you know, has its good points and its bad points, right? And A22 certainly, you know, has its problems. There's no question about it. I think what if we're going to enter into dialogue, what we need to be doing is looking at, you know, relative problems and relative criticisms, as you might say. So in that spirit, the main reason why A22 evolved from Extinction Rebellion was because of the horizontalist issue, broadly speaking, right? Which is within Extinction Rebellion, it didn't begin like this when, you know, I helped to found it with 15 other people. There was a central core group, but due to various reasons, it became a flat structure, and a flat structure is okay for temporary mobilizations and it's okay for local organization, but it's not okay for mass mobilization because it just leads to massive bureaucracy where everyone has to consult with everyone else. It leads to sort of lack of trust and disillusionment because things can't be made quickly. It results in hidden hierarchies and toxicities because it's not clear who's making what decisions. But most practically, it leads to strategic inertia because people do not take high risks. And in a revolutionary period, arguably you need a vanguard-esque formation that will take high risks in order to win in the battleground, as it were, with the ruling class. In other words, you need people to say, we are going on the motorways. You know, you need people to say, oh, we are going to go for 60 days. You see what I mean? That has to be decided by a few people who are inspired by taking adventurous and, you know, out there decisions. And that's how you win historically in a moment of high drama, as you might say. So, you know, those are the main reasons. But as you may know, you know, there's been plenty of interaction between A22 and XR, you know, not least in Holland over the last, you know, quarter year with the A12 campaign, which has used, you know, dare I say, a broadly A22 organizational culture. And I think there's plenty of people in XR that will broadly agree with that analysis. But, you know, Extinction Rebellion has a massive brand and it's a big global culture. So it has a usefulness in the broader ecology. I think you might have to repeat your question on the last question. I didn't quite get it, but what I understood it to be was that how do you persuade people to get involved in climate activism from other areas of social activism? Is that right? Like LGBT and such like? Could you just clarify that, because I don't want to get that wrong?
Not necessarily social activism, but like people who, how do I describe this? It's kind of, yeah, I guess you could call it social conservatism, and in that kind of broad part of the population.
Yeah, so, I mean,
how do you stop them from like feeling alienated and thinking like, oh, there is like these like X group of people, they are absolutely horrible, I'm out.
Yeah, you're saying because they're disruptive or whatever, is that what you're saying?
Not because of what they do, but because of who they are.
Okay. Yeah, well, the first thing to say is, look, if there was an easy answer to these questions, we wouldn't be sitting here today, would we? We'd have won the revolution and everyone would be happy, right? So we need to have a certain humility around actually designing things which work relatively better than other things, right? So I want to make two major points, which my understanding come from modern psychological research. So the first one is that what disruption does is actually quite sophisticated. It doesn't produce exclusively people who go, fuck you, we don't want anything to do with you. What it does is it creates what I would call social fluidity. In other words, people engage in debate. A lot of those people, of course, are not going to change. But through the disruptive process, assuming that it's non-violent and it's dialogical, then and open, then people will come over to your point of view. Not all of them, and not all of them at once, but over a period of time, right? And it's more effective than non-disruptive activities. So that's one strategy. The other strategy is enabling people to engage in the act of speech. So I'm talking about something very specific here, right? Which is if you have a whole bunch of people, like in the hall you've got there, right? And someone like me is talking to people, yeah, I can try and be as persuasive as possible, right? And I try to be. But what tends to empower people is small group discussion, right? And this might sound like a little thing, but I actually think it's probably the single most important determinism in the mobilization design, which is getting people to talk in groups of 8 for half an hour using go-rounds where no one speaks for more than 2 minutes. These are very important, like micro designs. And through that, people can join you, not because they've made an ideological commitment explicitly, but because they feel like they're joining a community, right? And this is a fundamental human need. And obviously, the same dynamic is created by the right, and such like. But the left loses a massive trick, right? By just focusing on information, this is why the climate crisis is terrible, and ideology, the ruling class is destroying us and you should be a socialist. Both those strategies are useful and they're part of the mix, right? It's important to give information. It's important to be ideological, right? I'm not arguing against that for a minute, but it has to happen in the context of sociability. In other words, people need to be eating a pizza while they're listening to you, right? They need to go to a party afterwards, right? There needs to be a rave. Politics needs to be reintegrated into popular culture. And I'm not saying anything radical here. It's just because of the puritanization, as I would call it, of the radical left in the Western world, that we've separated politics from broader culture. If you look at the popular revolutions of the last 200 years, they were driven by a ecstatic upsurgence of popular participation in various collectivities. You see what I mean? And whatever those things can be. And for instance, like recently we had a banquet in London, right? And hundreds of people came to the banquet, far more than came to a political meeting. And then we ran around afterwards and signed people up to things, right? So the banquet goes back to 1830, in revolutionary France, as some of you may know. The banquet is a revolutionary act, And what's more, it's total fun. You see what I mean? So 5 times more people come to a banquet than a talk on, you know, revolutionary strategy by Roger Hallam, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, it's in that ballpark, right? I'm not, you know, it's in that ballpark that we need to start investigating our strategies of mobilization.
Yeah, okay. I think I want to say something to the question of authority and the core groups again. And I think you at the top are really convinced of your position, so I try to maybe address you here in the room. What I understand is that Roger Hallam said that in horizontal organized groups, sometimes there are opaque hierarchies, and I would agree, there exist. But I think it's completely normal because we live in a society full of power structures, and we have to fight our way out of them. And so we need to learn how to interact, how to make politics, how to live together without these power structures and hierarchies. So I think we try to overcome these. We need to learn how we can build up a just and free society. What his answer is, as far I learned now from him, is that you have a bunch of people, they make the core group, and there will be the leaders, and we just have to follow them. I think this is highly problematic, and it's not the right answer to rising fascism in Europe and throughout most of the world. I think what he do is neglect the possibility of democratic organizations and the effectiveness of them and the possibility of democratic societies. So my question is, what we are fighting for when we neglect the possibility of democracy? What for a free society it is worth to fight for when the answer is there is none? So we can go by authoritative capitalism and we will be suppressed by it when there's no other way. I believe in another way, and so I think it's highly problematic, and I think we need to deny that there's built a network of authoritative climate groups throughout Europe who want to have a clear approach to lead the movement in the right direction, and we think we have to do it in a democratic way with another and not with some leaders who can tell us the one right way. Audre Lorde once said, the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house, and Roger Hallam didn't convince me that she's wrong.
Hello, shall I respond to that? Yeah, well, thank you very much. I mean, I broadly agree with you. But I only broadly agree with you. I don't absolutely agree with you. So I feel like I'm a practitioner, right? I actually build movements. I don't talk about building them, if you see what I mean. Not that I'm saying that that's necessarily a bad thing. But so what I'm interested in is what you might call mid-level design and mid-level analysis, all right? So you can say, for instance, like horizontalism is a good idea and hierarchy is a bad idea. That's, for me, not particularly helpful because, as you rightly said, you know, there's elements in the real world, there's elements of hierarchy in real existing horizontalist spaces. And of course, there's elements of horizontalism in real existing hierarchical spaces, right? So what I respectfully suggest is that what we need to look at is the design of actually real existing social formations. And how can we maximize the undoubted advantages of participatory democracy with the undoubted disadvantages of the inability to aggregate the collective will into programs which are going to overcome capital, right? Now, what we need to acknowledge is there's been a debate about this, as I'm sure you know, right? since the 1750s, right through the whole radical traditions, you know, anarchists versus Marxists and all the rest of it, right? And I feel like the debate is really stale unless we investigate new mechanisms of human organization which have been developed by modern psychological and sociological research. So, for instance, the nature of hierarchy can be mitigated by the following factors, right? First of all, I'm not in a position to tell anyone in that hall what to do, right? I'm not in charge. I'm just some guy from the UK. I'm making arguments. I haven't got any money. I haven't got any monopoly of violence. I haven't got any, you know, institutional power, right? All I'm doing is making an argument as some guy in London, right? So that's the first thing to say. Second thing is when we set up Insulate Britain and Just Stop Oil, we made clear that we're not setting up a movement, we're setting up a project within a movement. In other words, if you want to join what we are doing, then you can decide whether you want to join or not, right? There's lots of other things to do, and you could, of course, set up your own project. But if you're going to join this project, it has been pre-designed to act in a certain way. And the argument, of course, is that that's been designed in a way that's been effective, and there's empirical support on that, in so much as the A22 projects have produced the biggest mobilizations in the Western world over the last, you know, over the last 2 years. I mean, broadly speaking, right? I mean, that's a generalization, but certainly that's why people are interested in this methodology. The second thing is, like, the central group is not a group which has a set membership. New people do move into that group as people are recommended through various mechanisms of feedback, right? Another factor is the central group is not there to micromanage the horizontalist ethos of the broader organization. It's there to create, like, general overall strategy and to create organizational solidity, right? Which most people appreciate. And that's why lots of people join them. Another thing is lots of people that originate in the central group then progress to become advisors. So they don't have any formal power. So, for instance, in A22, I have no formal power. I'm not in any group, right? I'm an advisor. And my general orientation is to go around the world and advise people, right? And they think it's shit. They can walk out, you know, any of you can walk out now, right? You just decide you've got something more interesting to do with your life. Do you see what I mean? I've got no more power than what I'm saying. And the last thing to say is, as you're aware, right, horizontalist movements or anarchist movements going back, you know, to the beginning of the 19th century have always had people who are public figures. And this is the role of charismatic leadership. So we need to distinguish between charismatic leadership and what you might call organizational leadership, right? So charismatic leadership doesn't require any power, right? You know, Martin Luther King didn't have a particularly formal role. Gandhi didn't. You know, Bakunin in the 19th century didn't. Proudhon, right? All these people were dedicated to the general libertarian left project, but it doesn't mean that they were shunned because they had particular talents, let's say, such that they were. So I'm not saying any of those things are like game changers, right? But what I'm asking people to do is that, you know, this is my challenge to you, is to engage in a more sophisticated critique, right, than simply using broad abstractions like hierarchy, horizontalism, capitalism, right? We need to be looking in detail about how you create mobilization processes, right? And there's about 20 or 30 different design elements, and all of them are problematic, right? There's nothing that's not problematic, as I said. The point is some of them seem to work better than others at this point in history. And that's the only claim we're making. Yeah, so hopefully like that opens up a bit more like common ground, as you might say.
Hello? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, first of all, they told me that this is the last question, I guess, because of time. But I just wanted to make a couple of questions and points. I don't know if you have any real perspective on it, because it's a problem within Extinction Rebellion, particularly in Spain, of course, as it's kind of collapsed in many places, as you've said. That many people are losing faith in the idea of citizens' assemblies, which, not just because I form part of Extinction Rebellion, I was familiar with them somewhat beforehand, and also found it to be a really revolutionary idea in the way we make decisions as in some kind of deliberative way that engages people and not just to go vote. And so I think it's a real problem that people in the movement have kind of thought that because there have been citizens' assemblies in several countries and are somewhat deemed a failure because many of the policies that were determined did not actually become part of government policy, and how we can respond to that in a way. And the other part is because of the growing repression that some people have talked about, there's also more of a tendency to go towards a sabotage or possibly violent, although I haven't really determined what that means for many people. And then the need to kind of maintain some nonviolent discipline. Mostly for me personally, it's because I don't want to engage in violence. I don't really want to sabotage things that I find could possibly damage on some larger level. But I mean, it's very prevalent within many left and ecological movements of going in this direction. So I don't know if you have more an opinion on like how to balance this, especially as I think people are going to start doing it anyway, and how that affects us who are more in the line with the idea of continuing with a nonviolent discipline, and how to kind of, I don't know, maybe hold this as a movement without letting it really destroy relationships.
Okay. We just have 5 minutes. I'm sorry, Roger, because after you, it's A12 who's gonna feature a documentary. It's not A22, which is April 22. A12, of course, is the Dutch highway that was blocked for 27 days. And we'll finally see images of this major struggle, as Roger said. So please to you for the last rejoinder.
Yeah, okay. So there's a few important analytical points to make about citizens' assemblies, right? One of the problems with the liberal conception of society is that things happen within a liberal context, and if they don't work within that liberal context, then they don't work at all. But the liberal context is obviously a social construction, right? It's a historical construction. And what we do know is political change does happen. And what we have to study is those processes of political change over the last 200 years. And what we know from looking at revolutionary periods is that in the pre-revolutionary period, the established regime uses democratic mechanisms as a distraction to create legitimacy for the regime that's soon to collapse. So, for instance, before the English Revolution in the 17th century, they had parliaments, and they said, okay, we're going to have a parliament. And they did exactly the same as what the neoliberal class has done with citizens' assemblies, which is to say, hey, I'm having a parliament, I'm with the people. And when the parliament said something unpleasant, then they got rid of the parliament, right? The same thing happened with the Dumas before the Russian Revolution and with the parliaments before the French Revolution. So what I'm saying is it shouldn't, as an analyst, you shouldn't fall into the trap that something that's intrinsically revolutionary cannot be turned into something which is intrinsically useless within the neoliberal regime. So what the original idea of Extinction Rebellion, in so much as it was my suggestion that we support citizens' assemblies, is the citizen assembly is created in the context of the revolutionary struggle. It's in the context of thousands of people on the street, and the people themselves create the Citizens' Assembly, right? This is a totally different construction than something that's created by the old regime. So, for instance, the Estates General, you know, led to, what was it called, the National Convention, right, in the French Revolution. That was supported by a street movement so that its policies could actually be actualized in that historical period. So what I'm trying to say is the unit of analysis is not the Citizens' Assembly. The unit of analysis is the Citizens' Assembly in combination with the civil resistance, right? The two things have to go together. This is the essence of revolutionary strategy, is alternative governmental institutions which are combined, right, with street movements. And by street movements, I don't mean, you know, a few people blocking roads. I'm talking about Tahrir Square-esque mobilizations, right, which will happen when the inevitable economic collapse happens in the next 5 to 10 years. So that's what we need to be ready for. And we need to create, this is why it comes back to mass mobilization. Without mass mobilization, it's totally useless having a Citizens' Assembly, right? That's what XR's original vision was. The center of the system is mobilization, right? Not citizens' assemblies, or not performative, you know, politicking or whatever XR, you know, engages in. So that's like, you know, the first thing to say about the citizen assembly thing, right? The second thing about violence is my orientation on this is sort of a performative fetish of the, you know, privileged left, right? If you haven't noticed, there's not loads of people running around blowing up pipelines, right? It's an act of displacement psychology, right? As an avoidance of what the main historical task is, which is to engage with the masses, as it were, with ordinary people to create democratic movements. Now, it's entirely predictable over the next 5 years, you will get people gravitating towards eco-violence or terrorism or direct action, just as you did, for instance, in the late 19th century with individualist anarchism, right? But the main thrust of the anarchist movement, as I'm sure you may know, during, you know, from 1880 to 1930 was social anarchism, right? Which was the main show, which is to engage with working class people, engage with communities, and engage with creating a democratic culture, right? And that is the main show today. It's not getting diverted into small scale, secretive, small groups that engage in high levels of sabotage. For the record, I'm not necessarily opposed to sabotage. What I'm opposed to is trying to create shortcuts that don't actually create democratic mobilization within Western democracies, right? And that's the main agenda. It's the main agenda in relation to citizens' assemblies, but it's also the main agenda in creating a democratic transition, right? Which is this civil resistance model. So, yeah, and also violence, you know, hurts, doesn't it? As we should know. But that's my humorous last comment. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Thanks, Roger. I hope it was mutually enriching, and also that we take your criticisms constructively, and vice versa, but especially we manage tonight and tomorrow to build with A22 and the Geland and all the eco-socialist and anarcho-green movements that are here, a common ground, and especially a common action and an adversary in the next few months. And of course, international solidarity against repression hitting A22 and other movements across the earth. Ciao, and hope to see you in Milano someday. Or in London.
Thanks very much.
Or at a banquet. Ciao.
All right, thank you very much, and thanks for the questions. Bye.
A12 presentation will occur right now here in the Aula Magna. In addition, there is Assemblea of agroecology, and the one on unionism, on which I'm both very fond of, so that's why that's where I'm going. Ciao.
Test, test. So this has not been announced. So I'm just gonna hope, I'm hoping that a lot more people will come. So, isn't there a megaphone or something so we can announce it in the hallway? Okay, I'm gonna try to mobilize a little bit in the hallway. Yeah, that should be great. Are you in that? Can you post in that? 8:12. It's confusing, I know. It's just sharing of our tactics and strategies. Yeah, we. This is extra. For half an hour, or maybe less. It's very short. It's cool. Okay, dear people, I'm going to start anyways. So please sit down. Hello. Come in, please. Okay, so the organization has been a little bit rough, but we've managed to get some time anyways. So thank you for being here. There's not many people here yet, but I'm going to start anyways because there's not much time. So welcome all, I'm glad you made it. My name is Niels, and I'm from XR Netherlands. I live in Amsterdam myself, and we did a thing on fossil subsidies. And we've had a mass mobilization action, which I want to tell you a little bit about. How many people have heard of fossil fuel subsidies before? Great. And you, do you have any idea what fossil subsidies are? More or less, okay. Yeah, so in the Netherlands, every year, 39 to 46 billion euros are going to fossil subsidies. That means money in the pockets of big corporates, free money from the taxpayers. So it's tax cuts for big steel plants like these, but also tax cuts for taking a plane. Which means that if you take the plane, it's cheaper than taking the train because you don't have to pay tax on kerosene, which is weird, of course, super weird. Also, building a coal plant, you don't pay taxes. Do you build a windmill? You do have to pay taxes. These kind of weird things are happening all around the world, and your country probably has these too. So in the Netherlands, it's almost 50 billion, which is 100 million a day. So our government is giving your taxpayers money, 100 million a day, to big fossil fuel companies that already got loads of money. Imagine this. That's great, right? And it's also counterproductive because our annual climate budget in the Netherlands is 6 billion euros. So that means for every bucket of water our government is throwing on the climate problem, throwing buckets of oil on the fire of the climate crisis, which is insane, obviously. So that's why we started a campaign in December 2020. And it's actually pretty much according to the ideas of Roger Hallam, starting a small group, doing an action, never quitting. So it's been going on for a while. We did ministries of finance, Ministry of Economic Affairs, and we did the tax office, because the tax office is the executive functioning of these laws, obviously. So we started small. As you can see. This here is the first one. Only 7 people got arrested. And then we, on one day, decided to continue. So we decided to block a highway, which was a pretty new tactic for Extinction Rebellion in the Netherlands at that time. This was the highway we were going to block. This is in the Netherlands. And our goal was the tunnel box. It was a very symbolic place to go because it was a highway right in between our House of Representatives and Ministry of Economy and Climate. And the big tower in the middle is also very relevant because it's from an employee organization that is lobbying for fossil money. So the tunnel box was definitely the place to go because it was a triangle of hell and death, basically. So that's where we wanted to go. First time we did it was on 6th of July last year. And we were there with roughly 60 people. As you can see, we didn't make it into the tunnel box. But we were here sitting on the highway and the police just didn't know what to do with us. And they hit us with the baton and tried to kick us off of the highway. Because apparently they didn't know we were peaceful back then. And then it grew. So, I think maybe I have a pointer here too. Ah, yeah. So, what you see here is the first time. It was in July. Small group of people. Then in September, we tried again, and a few of us even got it into our target, so into the tunnel box. So with only 4 people, we blocked the whole highway, which was pretty impressive. I was there as well. And then it started growing. So I think it was 100 people in October. Then in November, it's like 300. And in January, we already had around 500 people. And January was a key moment. I'm going to come back on that later. But as you can see, there's a lot of support on the side as well. It was because of a court case. 7 people were lifted from their beds prior to this action because the government or the public prosecutor wanted to do something about it. So they just lifted peaceful protesters out of their beds and took them in custody, where as an effect, a lot of people from the society were outraged and they came as a support. So that was really in our favor. And then it went on and on and on. I think March was a few thousands, May was even more. And then September 9th, which is not so long ago, we had 25,000 people blocking the highway. So, this is how we did it. We decided, okay, blocking the highway for 1 day is cool, but it's disruptive, but not very. So, we decided to do a marathon blockade. We announced this, oh, wait, shit. Yeah. We announced this in July this year, of course, with our target in sight. Which was taken up greatly by the Dutch media. So that was a really good call. We announced that we would block the highway every day, and when we were taken away, we would come back the next day and block again. So this was the 9th of September. 25,000 people were there. There was a big orchestra playing Mozart, and there were water cannons. As you can see. In total, there were 2,400 arrests alone that day. So that means the biggest number of arrests at an action ever in civil disobedience. So we were really proud of that. That was only the first day, though. We started coming back every day, indeed. And every day, hundreds of people showed up. And the police just didn't know what to do with us. At one point, the mayor also didn't know what to do with us. He was like, okay, we shouldn't solve this problem. This problem should go to politics. But of course, politics wasn't reacting. So we continued. We continued day after day after day, coming back every day even stronger. And we won. So what happened after 27 days? After 27 days, while media was reporting on us almost every day, the whole country was talking about us almost every day, a leftist party did a motion into the parliament that there should be a research into a plan to stop fossil fuel subsidies. So for us, this was the moment when we thought, yes, okay, this gives us some space and some time. The fossil fuel subsidies are probably not being stopped after this, because that's what we said. We want to stop only if fossil fuel subsidies are stopped. But now we thought it's up to the government. We've come so far that they adopted our plan and they are researching how to put our plan into being, and we think that's great. So the motion was adopted, big crowd was there at the parliament to cheer them on, and this means that we are going to quit now, but it definitely also means we're coming back. Because what we know is that when it's Christmas time, the plan will come and it will and it will not be good enough, sorry. And then we'll be back with even more people, and we'll be even more a liability than we have been to Dutch politics and to the streets. So, what was our success? Our success was that a lot of people in civil society stood behind our plans. So these are some organizations that all posted letters to the government in newspapers that they also think that fossil fuel subsidies need to stop. So there's been a conversation throughout the whole country about it. This is het Financiële Dagblad, like the Financial Times from the Netherlands. So quite neoliberal, but also they had quite a few economics who said that the fossil fuel subsidies should be stopped, and they should be stopped even quickly. And some panel discussions have been held, and 3/4 of the whole population of the Netherlands thought indeed that we had to stop. Hello? This is better. Okay, yeah. 3/4 of the Netherlands indeed thought we had to stop. So the people were actually agreeing with our demand. And that's why government obviously had to move, right? So they switched from September 2022, when we had a talk with Rob Jetten, the guy who from Economic Affairs who has a say about this. And then he still said that fossil subsidies don't exist. In spring 2023, he says, yeah, we have to end them, but we have to end them slowly. And now, 2 weeks ago, we're here with this motion that we need to stop. So civil disobedience works, activism works, is what it taught us. What also is, I think, a big factor of our success is we have a tentative demand. It touches upon fairness. It touches about big corporate get free money to pollute, and the little bakery on the corner, they don't get the tax cuts. So there's a lot of social justice as well in this. This demand shows that climate justice is social justice. So fossil subsidies are obviously counterproductive. So by sinking into that bigger discussion about climate justice is also social justice, it was a super broad agreement, and everybody could be behind here, behind us. Obviously, we wouldn't have been there without mass mobilization. We have had thousands of people trained in 2022. There's been a massive growth of our movement because of this action. And as you can see here, this is just 1 week of the announcement of all action trainings that were there. And also, what's not to forget is it's not the small group of people who thought of this action who made it a success. It's the fact that XR has been quite strong in the Netherlands already with their strong decentralized local groups, and they really, really carried out this performance. So it's definitely a decentral mobilization as well. Another thing is international solidarity. We had a lot of support from Just Stop Oil on the first few days, and a few weeks later we had support of Letzte Generation, who were there to support us with 100+ people. They were a little bit more radical in their tactics than we are. They tried the einbetonieren, so with their hands gluing to the street, you know it, right? And our police was really, really scared for them. I don't know why, but and they do things a little bit differently, so we can learn from each other there. And they paid us big honors by blocking a highway in Germany with the Dutch flag painted on the highway. So another thing that really led to our success is this sedition court case, which you talked about. It really made the people who were lifted from their beds as heroes. Here you see like a James Bond-like view. And it also made a new concept into being, which is the support demo. If you do an action, if you do a road blockade, it definitely adds up to the value of the road blockade if you have a support demo. So if you basically just have people who are cheering you on, nothing more, nothing less, they don't have to do illegal activities, but they are there and they are showing their support, and it's definitely changing something in how accessible I think roadblocks are for the broader public as well. So that's it. 3 lessons I think we can learn from this massive success, which isn't done obviously yet, is 1, create a clear, reachable demand. Make sure that you know that you're going to win. Prepare for winning. Although you are with 7 people only in the beginning, prepare for the fact that you will win one day. Start an organizing group within a movement. So obviously you can get a lot of help from the movement with this, but make sure that you have your clear strategy for the organizing group. And 3, never give in. Make sure you always come back. If you lost, you just haven't tried enough, and you should come back and come back and come back and keep to your demand and never give in. So I hope people are starting to do this all over Europe and all over the world. Only then we can fight climate justice as swiftly as we need to. Thank you.
Now the presentation is finished. I think there is the last one of agrobusiness and agroecology, and other stuff are moving around the university. So the Congress is going on. Thank you.